Video's ready?
Oh. Please suggest.
I, Nicholas Pardue, hereby reconvene the Board of Education regular meeting in open session at 5:14 p.m. Please note that this meeting is being both recorded and live streamed for public viewing. I would like to welcome the community members in attendance this evening. As a reminder, governing board meetings are a business meeting of the board, held in public, and although public participation is encouraged, it is not the public's meeting. It is the duty of the board president and/or clerk of the board to maintain an orderly, respectful, and peaceful meeting, where all perspectives, voices, and opinions are welcome. Please refrain from speaking while another person has the floor. At the scheduled time on the agenda, individuals wishing to provide public comment will be called upon, one at a time, to do so in accordance with Board Bylaw 9323. The board cannot and will not respond to non-agendized items, but a staff member will reach out to you on matters that may need to be reviewed as appropriate. The board did not take any formal action in closed session. I'd like to call on Murrieta Valley High School student representative Megan Lewis for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Item D3, approval of agenda. I call for a motion.
Point of order. This agenda can't be accepted as offered as there's an item on it that has already been decided and defeated for which no new information has been offered and would result in a violation of the rules.
We have a board member who requested, would you like to reference which agenda item you're referencing?
Yes, I'm subsection G, action information item number 5, adoption of resolution number 2425-20 to eliminate and or reduce the number of certified management employees due to a reduction in particular in kinds of services.
So in reference to that item and the question at hand, our one of our attorneys, Jonathan Pearl, is present. He can address that question.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, board, Dr. Andrus. As my understanding was, there was a motion at a prior meeting, I believe on March 6th, and that motion failed. And it's my understanding, although we haven't heard it because the item has not been called yet, but my understanding is that if there is some new information, it will be shared at that time. And what it's called under Robert's rules is a motion to renew. And it is something that can happen at a future meeting, and the board can decide to hear it. It doesn't require that it be someone who voted either for or against the prior motion, but under Robert's rules, that is permissible, and the board can either vote for it or vote it down.
So in the last meeting, it was brought forth. There was no second, and then it was renewed in that meeting. It was defeated. This is the third bite at the apple, and there has been no new information offered.
And my understanding is that if there is information, it will be shared when the item is called. So we'll have to see. I think you could certainly renew your objection depending on what information is shared, and I don't know what information will be shared. But under Robert's rules, it is permissible as a motion to renew.
If there's new information.
New information, and then the motion can be brought by any member of the board, seconded by any member of the board. Doesn't matter whether they voted for it or against it the first, or as you say, a second time.
So point of inquiry then, Dr. Anders, because in the email communication that you sent to the board members in advance of the board, you indicated that the basis by which you were bringing this agenda item was because new information was provided to Ms. Briggs. So is that a false statement?
I think it's a matter of perception. In closed session, we discussed elements of what I would be sharing again tonight. Just a correction there, I know you didn't know the date, Mr. Pearl, but it was the February 13th date. That's
Thank
right.
you, thank you.
On the February 13th, that's when it was discussed in closed session. The item came forward for a vote. It failed at that point in time. At a later date, Mrs. Briggs wanted to clarify and ask some additional information. At that time, it was provided to her an internal working document about our coverage plan of services. And then the board later received that entire document in a confidential memo last week. But they also, it was mentioned, but we also had a very full closed session and didn't go into great detail prior to coming to open session on the February 13th day.
It was mentioned and available in that closed session.
Yeah, we
Thus
all heard
meaning
it.
not new
Yeah.
information. That's my point.
It wasn't new information. Isn't it the duty of board trustees to read the agenda, read the attachments, and then ask questions of the superintendent before the meeting and the vote?
Okay, so from what I
I'm
understand,
talking to Mr. Pearl.
Well, I'm happy to let Trustee Pardue intervene on that one. What the expectation of the board members are, that is controlled by your bylaws, but I'll leave it to the president to answer that one.
I think we can have that conversation when we hit that agenda item. As to move forward with the meeting, I call for a motion to approve the agenda.
There needs to be a decision on my point of order.
No, I think your point of order was just you had a question.
No,
and it's been
Chairman,
answered.
you have to make a decision on my point of order. That's your role.
Mr. Pearl, could you provide some guidance on the procedural step?
Yeah, well, procedurally, I think when the motion, I don't know what item, when this item comes up on the agenda,
I think the question right now is just the approval of the agenda.
oh, the approval of the agenda. Your point of order has been made, and essentially now the board has to vote to decide whether to approve the agenda or not approve the agenda. If they don't, then I think that they're going to have to revisit the issue that you're raising.
So I think we did, your point of order has been addressed by Mr. Pearl, and now it's time for a motion to approve the agenda.
Make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second.
And I offer a motion dissenting from the decision of this body. We have an obligation and a basis to make sure that we are being transparent and honest with the public. I think that the ruling of this without a basis of renewal or reconsideration that's been proffered is unjustified.
I think that's out of order. I'd like us to move
The chair
for
is
the agenda.
misinformed. I offer a motion dissenting from the ruling of the chair.
I think we're going to move forward. Your point of order has been addressed, and it's time for us to make a vote. I don't understand anything that you're trying to accomplish other than to filibuster our attempts to approve the agenda.
I'm trying to make sure that we're transparent and honest with the public. I'm trying to make sure that when this board makes a decision, that the families that we're impacting can rely upon that decision. If we set a precedent today that decisions of this board are not final, then we opened up ourselves to corruption. We opened up ourselves to the possibility of undue influence, and the community could never rely on a decision of this board. That is what I'm trying to accomplish today.
Trustee Munoz, I would like to say we follow the Robert's Rules of Order here.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're doing.
I've done appropriate
And we
motions.
will continue to move forward to approve this agenda, and we can discuss the item as the meeting progresses. Everything that we do on the board is transparent, and we follow the law, and we follow Robert's Rules of Orders when it comes to conducting our meetings. I had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
I'm opposed.
3 in favor, 2 opposed. Motion passes. Item E, Communications, E1, Student Representative Reports. First up, we have Isabella Acosta from Vista Murrieta High School. Welcome.
Thank you. I hope you're all doing very well today. Thank you for announcing me up, and it is always such an honor to be representing Vista Murrieta. So without further ado, I'm going to start. Okay, so for our activities on the ranch, we had our choir open mic night. This is where students could perform a solo, a duet, and just perform. And it was honestly such a great experience, and we saw some great songs and performances then. We also have our Club Blue Jazz concert this Saturday, and so we'll be seeing some of our jazz groups playing, and again, we're really excited for this. There's gonna be some great music there. A few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, on a Monday, we had our nominating convention. This is where people who were interested in running for certain positions, whether it be class, ASB, or Senate, could petition and be nominated for our ballot that goes out to the school body. It was actually in and out a Taste of Leadership themed, which is why there's a few students with a Sonic themed booth up there. But overall, it was great, and we heard some great speeches from our students. We had our Scholar Bowl finals last week. That's our winning team up there, 2 and done. It was a great competitive activity, and we saw a lot of knowledge displayed among the students during that. We had our drama musical performances, which was The Addams Family. Again, great performances, and all of the actors did so well. We had our band pre-festival, where our band groups could receive feedback from judges before their festival that is upcoming. So that was also very, very well. For our academics, on the left, we have Mr. Coasters and his students who headed out to Oceanside to spend time experiencing marine biology outside the classroom on a whale watching adventure. On the right, we have Miss Stevens' class, which is our law enforcement class, and students were able to experience the feeling of being in a courtroom and going through a trial during their mock trial. All students in each class participated in their assigned roles, so that was really, really fun. I'm actually part of the CTE pathway, and it was really, really cool. It was a great experience. On the left here, we have our CTE mentoring outreach program, and they were having fun while working with students at the Warm Springs Middle School. And middle school students were able to learn about video equipment through encouragement from Vista Murrieta students and hands-on experiences. On the right, we see some of our students studying and getting ready for their CASP and CAS testing, which will be starting next week. So good luck to all of our juniors. So, I'm not sure what happened to the text, but for our spring athletics, our stunt recently participated in the first annual high school Royal Rumble. They had 2 wins, and they also were able to make it to semifinals. Our boys lacrosse, they have an upcoming game at Temecula Valley on Monday. For girls lacrosse, they have a game today, actually right now, against Mater Day. So we are wishing them luck, and they'll do great. For softball, they have a game tomorrow against Great Oak. For swim, our Broncos were able to rack up CIF cuts, and they also have an upcoming game. For boys tennis, boys tennis, they unfortunately got rained out on Tuesday, so we were not able to see them perform and participate in the game, but we're looking forward to how their season will continue, and hopefully they can have a game sometime soon without these weather issues. For baseball, the baseball team won a game March 10th, and that game had a final score of 3-2. For track and field, there is a track meet tomorrow, so hopefully that can happen if there's no weather issues again. Our unified team was titled the Unified League Champions, so we're so proud of them for that. Boys volleyball have a game at Temecula Valley High School on Monday, so we'll be supporting them as they participate in that. And then for boys golf, Tuesday our boys golf will have a game at Temecula Valley High School, so again, we're very excited to see how they will perform at that. For student support, Vista Murrieta recently participated in a session of Raptor technology training. Some of the things that we're able to be focused on and learned about for ensuring the safety of our school community were improving accountability and student safety, efficient emergency responses, and streamlined communication. And for our culture and climate at Vista Murrieta, we have our upcoming Mr. Bronco. If you guys aren't familiar with it, it's where some of our seniors can sign up to perform or do any sort of activity they want, and they can be titled as a crowd favorite, a runner-up, or Mr. Bronco. So there's gonna be some really, really cool performances that we'll see. That's actually where the photo up there is from. On the left, that's Andrew. On the right, that's Cecil. It's Men in Black themed, so that's pretty cool, and we're excited to see how that'll go. And then we also have our upcoming staff versus student basketball game. It's a great way for our students to have a friendly competition against our staff, and it's always so much fun to watch. And then that is all I have. Thank you so much for your time and for allowing me to highlight the happenings at Vista Murrieta.
Thank you.
Next, we have Megan Lewis from Murrieta Valley High School.
Hi, board. Hi, community. I'm so excited to share what MV's been up to this past month. So academic-wise, our juniors are preparing to take their CAST and CASP state testing. If you don't know what CAST is, that is the science portion, and then CASP includes the English and math portions of the test. Our college prep physics classes all built paper roller coasters today and through their block periods. That was a lot of fun. My table did win first, so we got some light pass. Options for homework. Scholar Bowl has officially begun about last week. They had their third round today, well, yesterday. One team did have to forfeit, so that was an automatic win. They're now moving forward with their fourth round, and then soon, semifinals. Our SFAB was completed again about 2 weeks ago. A lot of students took it, and it did help them find out what they wanted to do with after high school. We have now begun our new 6-week grading period as the second one came to an end. And this is one of the last ones that we will be having. So our seniors are pushing through and getting really excited for their upcoming activities. We still have our office hours Thursdays and Fridays every week, which allows our students to receive academic help. Or if they do have a 3.0 or higher, they will be staying in the Hawk Rock and, well, not Hawk Rock, the library if they don't need any extra help. We also have a lot of community service hours posted on our MB homepage that students can complete if they still need them or if they just want to go out and help our community. And we also have our law enforcement and fire science programs. In case you don't know, we do have one of the best law enforcement and fire science programs in the district. They have been recognized as programs of excellence by LAPSEN, L-A-P-S-E-N, in case I don't know what that means, but it is a pretty big deal. Our fire science is the first ever high school to receive a perfect score on that test. Basically, they have to go through this very long process of an application, interview, and all these big steps to get recognized. And we are we have the best fire science program in the nation. And that is pretty huge. And I know our teachers and the students in those pathways have worked really hard to accomplish this. And we can't wait to see what they continue to do. And we are only the second high school to have 2 programs receive this award. Spring sports, we do have boys lacrosse, who is in preseason along with their other spring sports. They are doing really well, and we cannot wait to see what they produce for us this season. Baseball, they're also doing well. They are doing a mini baseball camp for kids 5 through 10 or something. They have mini games on Saturdays, and it's just a way for boys to give back to the community. Softball did have a game last Friday with preseason. They did unfortunately lose, I think 2 by 2, but they still did amazing, and they played through the rain. Girls lacrosse has their first league game today. Varsity's at 7, and our freshmen played at 3. No, JV played at 4, and freshman played at 4, JV played at 5. It was really fun, and track and field had a meet yesterday through the rain. They had fun. They did pretty good, also in preseason. And then our swim team had their first preseason meet. We can't wait to see what they do this season. Climate and culture-wise, we did have Student of the Month, and we do have one upcoming. We had Mr. Nighthawk. Like Isabella said, they have Mr. Bronco. We did have Mr. Nighthawk last Friday night at 7 p.m., and it's basically like a big beauty pageant for boys. I can't dance, but seeing senior boys try to dance, and they have to jump and do the splits, like that was probably the best part of my night. We had many different acts, lots of singing, and I know Mr. Pardue was there and he saw the sumo wrestling. That was really fun to watch. Our boys robotics team, they have made it to the state championship, and they are playing this weekend, and we can't wait to see what they do. Our unified students and helpers, they participated in track and field. They did really well. Our drama program has their play happening right now. It's called Alice by Heart. I haven't gone to see it yet, but it's supposed to be really good. It's basically a spin-off of Alice in Wonderland, but it's in World War II, and it seems really fun to watch. We did have a plus forum, and of course we had our nominating convention center that took place yesterday. The nominating convention is where students can fill out an application and interview and write an essay on why they want to hold an office position. So that includes sophomore office, junior office, and senior office, and also our ASB executives. A lot of people did amazing. We had lots of random food. The theme was the Grammys, and that was like really fun to watch. And like we had it in the gym this year, and it was really great. These are just some pictures and the video. So the big picture you see is the 13 boys that did Mr. Nighthawk, and then our 4 MCs. On the far right, we have Jessica Gonzalez. In the middle, we have Addie Pincock. And then in the green dress, we have Zoe Norris. And then on the far left, in the dark blue, is Haley Farrell. They did amazing narrating. And of course, the boys did amazing. I haven't got the other video I wanted to show, but this is just a little clip of the senior boys dancing. She can't tell, those boys did work really hard. I mean, I went into Hawk Rock during office hours. In case you don't know what the Hawk Rock is, that is our ASB room. And when I tell you I had a hard day, I just took like a physics test and a math test. I went in and I saw these boys trying to dance. Like, they're not coordinated, but they still managed to pull it off. Like, I saw someone almost fall while doing the splits. Like, don't know how. And then of course, Alex, he can do the splits. He continues to amaze us, but the boys did really good, and it was really fun to watch. So upcoming events, we have our spring rally that takes place on Monday. It is Enchanted Forest themed. I'm personally excited because who doesn't love rally? Who doesn't love shorter classes? And then we do have our blood drive coming up next Wednesday, put on by Senate. We have leadership interviews happening very soon. I think they start next week, and after spring break takes place. And our law enforcement program does put on the safest summer ever, and that is held during office hours. It shows students what it's like to drive under the influence and why they shouldn't, and all this fun stuff, and it is really fun, and you continue to learn. And we have spring break coming up in 2 weeks. And then of course we have our prom, which is taking place April 19th in about 4.5 weeks. And our ASB program, some of our 20 of our students will be attending CASTLE. And if you don't know what that is, CASTLE stands for California Association Student Leaders. It is a big conference from where leadership students all across California get to put on this conference. And one of our very own, Alejandro Vilches, AJ, has made it into the top 10 for Southern California finalist. This is a huge deal. If he does get accepted on the board, which he probably will, he will be putting on the CASTLE State Board for the 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Caitlin Coleman from Murrieta Mesa High School.
Hi, board. It's so wonderful to see you all today. We have a lot of really exciting stuff happening that I cannot wait to share with you. So right here, we are Mesa. This is the most exciting thing right now. As you can see, class of 2026, we're on top, we're winning. And this is for our class competition. At the end of the school year, the winning class gets free in and out. We're gonna have a food truck come to the school, but we've had this competition the entire school year. So every rally, every lunchtime game, they build up points by the amount of participants and the amount of classes that win. So that is truly amazing for class of 2026, because we will win. And then for activities, we had our Mesa Showcase. That is a great opportunity for all of our incoming freshmen to come to and see what they get to be a part of and what school they're joining. We had our Unified Spirit Week. That was a big success. We had a lot of students dress up. We had a lot of our teachers participating in it. And it's just mainly about inclusivity for our unified leadership students. And then Scholar Bowl, we just finished that today. Our winning team, ironically, ended up being the winners. They won $1,000 today, so we're very proud of them. ASL Showcase, that's coming up. It's a once upon a time where they're gonna be doing a bunch of stories. I really hope you guys could come see that. And then we have our staff bocce ball games that happened last week. A lot of our staff really like to participate in this tournament. This is our second year doing it. We usually have a really good turnout. And then our Key Club service event. This is for all of like our police officers, fire department people. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the words, but that's also a great opportunity for our students to get community service hours by donating. And then for academics, we had the SATs held again at Mesa, so that way all of our students didn't have to travel far and it's in the local area. And then we are preparing for the upcoming CASPs and AP testing. I'm scared for both of them. They're gonna be really hard. I'm praying for all of our juniors. And then for RAM Athletics, our girls swim team, they're crushing it this season. They haven't lost yet, and we're still in the preseason, but they've already competed in like, I think around 10 different meets. So they're having 2 to 3 meets every week. They're spending long hours at practice. So they just won against Temescal Canyon. Our unified swim team, they're having a blast. They've been able to compete at all of our meets so far. And then our boys swim team, they're also doing really good. They haven't lost yet. Our girls lacrosse team, they won against Santiago High School. Look at how beautiful it was for them. The entire game, they had that wonderful rainbow and that wonderful view. It was perfect weather. And then unfortunately, our boys lacrosse team, they lost, but it is what it is. They're gonna have an amazing season. I have faith in them. And then our JV stunt just competed against Temescal Canyon, and I don't have the scores for those yet. And then for more athletics, we have like 12 to 13 sports in spring. It's crazy. Our girls track team, they just competed in the Freedom Invitational. And then our boys track team, right there, you can see that's Isaiah Bright. He just beat the school record and the actual meet record. So we're all really proud of him. He did amazing. And then our boys baseball team just beat Fontana. Our softball team just beat Chaparral. Of course, they're always amazing. They're really entertaining to watch. I recommend that you go see their games. And then our boys volleyball team just beat Santa Rosa Academy with a clean sweep. They won every single set. We're very proud of them. And then for performing arts, we have a lot. So we have Mamma Mia, that's our amazing spring musical. I recommend that you guys come see. It's performing tonight, tomorrow, and the next day at 7 p.m. You can either go see our Alpha Cast or our Beta Cast. Both are supposed to be amazing. I've seen videos, it looks wonderful. Our spring choir concert with MV is coming up, so that's super exciting. And then our end of the year awards and festival for our Performance Corp is gonna be coming up. I recommend that you go to all of them. And then for Mesa Culture, I would just like to highlight our Beast Athletes of the Month. They're doing amazing. They're not only just super dedicated to their sports, but they're dedicated to their school too. And then our Beast Staff of the Month, you can see Miss Hollingsworth up there. She's an amazing math teacher. She's my math teacher. She's super welcoming, and she just goes out of her way to make sure her students are learning. And then Miss Aubrey, she's our bookkeeper. She does so much for us. She really just deserves everything. She's an amazing woman. She's super sweet. And then this one, I'm super, super excited. You guys, on Wednesday, March 19th, the U.S. Army has confirmed that for the first time ever, they are flying a Black Hawk chopper to a high school, the best high school, Murrieta Mesa. So I would love to formally invite you guys on behalf of Mesa to please come and watch this. It's the first thing that's ever gonna happen. It's never happened before. All of the other high schools get to come see this as well. They'll be coming in shifts throughout the day, but the Black Hawk will be here up until 1:35, so it'll be here for most of the day. And all of our military branches will be present, but this is really important to show students that there's other pathways that they can go to outside of just getting a college degree. This is gonna be the biggest career fair that we've ever had, so I would really love it if you guys could come. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your week.
Right, thank you. Next up, Gavin Larson from Murrieta Canyon Academy.
Hello, board. I hope you guys are all doing well today. So let's get started for the month of February. In leadership, our leadership, some of the girls in leadership they attended a day in her shoes event. It's an event where they inspire women to explore new career opportunities and develop other skills that they need in their everyday lives. And the girls actually went to this, said they actually had a lot of fun, and they got, some community service hours, which was pretty cool, and they helped out a bunch of other people in need. And I think it was very fun hearing their feedback and what they learned from that event. So that was pretty cool. And then for academics, our seniors right now are currently they're reading Hamlet, and I've seen them go outside a couple of times. They're like legitimately involved over here with props and everything. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see, and it's cool to see them engage in all that stuff. And then as a part of our mental wellness, we try to do every other Friday is an SEL lesson that we try to engage students on their mental health and their teamwork and other skills. And right here, this is me, Kellen, and Adrian. We had to make, I don't know, all right, so we were it was a situation where we were all stranded on an island, and we had to pick one thing that's in our pocket and 3 special skills. Mine was I'm Bruce Wayne, and one of my skills is I'm wealthy, and I know martial arts, and looking back on, I don't know how money would work on a stranded island, but I also said that I had Alfred in my pocket, which wouldn't work either. But it actually was really fun. It was one of my favorite SEL lessons that we did. So that was also really amazing to do with everybody. And then for our activities, we have a club, Bring Change to Mind, that I'm in that promotes mental health. And we did a spring wellness event that let everybody, there were 3 things that we did. We did bracelet making, we did aromatherapy, and then we did cornhole. And it was actually really fun. It was for the whole 5th period. It was good seeing everybody do the cornhole. The bracelet making was actually really fun too, and the aromatherapy was actually really cool too. But the cornhole was obviously my favorite. I liked to go up against all my friends and everything, all the teachers, and my class. I think it was me and 2 other people in my class playing cornhole against 2 other classes that were filled up fully, and we actually won, which is surprising, which shows my class is obviously the better 5th period class of everyone in the whole school. But that was really amazing for everybody to participate in, and we have another Bring Change to Mind event coming up during the end of the school year, which we're gonna go all out on that one. It's gonna be pretty cool, and it's gonna be pretty cool to talk to you guys about that one. So for our Phoenix Nest, so our counselors just this week actually talked to us one-on-one about what our schedule is gonna be like next year, and it was good, for me especially reflecting back, because for next year I'm gonna have double early release, right? And I didn't think I'd be in that position because when I came into the school, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I did have horrible grades and I needed a bunch of credits to make up, but this school really helped me get back on track. And I was a sophomore going in 2nd semester. I transferred to MCA 2nd semester of my sophomore year. I'm a junior right now, and I'm back on track, and I'm gonna have double early release. I had so much credits to make up, and I just want to thank you guys. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys. But yeah, it was something really cool to see, to reflect on. And this is actually my schedule that I'm taking right now. Yeah, it was really amazing. But also for our Mrs. Kowalski, our leadership teacher, she went to an event with all the leadership teachers and like all MVUSD leadership teachers, and they went to a CADA conference to talk about other leadership ideas. It was pretty cool and fun. It's fun hearing back what Ms. Kowalski had to talk about and what we're going to be doing in the future in leadership. So that was it. Thank you guys, and hope you guys have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you, Gavin. Do board members have any comments for the student representatives?
I do. Murrieta Valley, the fire science program, I was actually visited, phenomenal. You're 100% right. Like, it is, they actually had their own fire truck. I had no idea that, like, there was a fire truck the day I was there. It was pretty impressive. Great job. And Gavin, your grandmother, by the way, is super proud of you. Like, she told me about how you progressed at this school, and your story is really inspiring, like, truly. Great job.
I want to thank all of you, because this is definitely my favorite part of the meeting, is hearing the students.
The most fun.
Yep, thank you guys so much. At this time, I would like to thank the high school students representatives for your reports. We understand that you all have busy schedules and other school obligations, so please feel free to leave this meeting if you would like. Have a great night. Now we move to item E2, public comment. At this time, the governing board welcomes public comments. Individuals wishing to address the board are requested to complete a request to address the Board of Education card located at the entrance of the boardroom and submit to the executive assistant. In accordance with board bylaw 9323, individual speakers shall be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to be 20 minutes. The board shall not take action, shall take no action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda except as authorized by law. However, in exceptional circumstances, when necessary to ensure full opportunity for public input, the board president may, with board consent, adjust the amount of time allowed for public input and/or the time allotted for each speaker. I move we suspend the rules regarding the 20-minute limit, as we have many public comments, and allow each speaker up to 3 minutes to address the board. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Ooh, wrong page. All right. First up, we have Rachel Garnett, followed by Jody Gildersleeve. Welcome.
Well, hello. President Pardue, members of the board, Dr. Andrus, and cabinet. My name is Rachel Garnett, and I am the math department chair at Vista Murrieta High School. I have been teaching there since the school opened in 2003. And I come before you today to ask for your help in securing a selection of math courses for all of our students at Vista and the other 2 high schools. In the past 6 years, there has been an alarming trend that has negatively impacted our low-performing students. Over the past several years, I have been told that our intervention math class, known as transitional math, was going to be eliminated from the master schedule. I've been fighting every year for this course. I've been presenting data. I've showed the positive impact that this course has on our students, and I have been granted limited sections in the master schedule each year. Before the pandemic, we offered 5 sections of this course. This year, I was told I could only offer 1. The decision to limit the number of sections was not based off of student data or need, but simply because a new intervention technique was being mandated. This intervention technique requires lower performing students to essentially take 2 math courses and give up their elective class. This was tried at all 3 high schools about 15 years ago and throughout the state of California. It was discovered that the double math class did not close gaps any faster, and it made the overall educational experience a negative one because the students lost their elective, which was the main reason they were coming to school in the first place. When we build the master schedule for advanced students, we let the number of enrollees dictate the number of sections we provide. For example, our new AP pre-calculus class is becoming very popular and more students want to take it, so we offer more sections. My department fails to understand why we have a preset limit of 1 section on our transitional math class when we have no idea how many students actually need the course. I would like to see test scores, student data, parent and students' requests, dictate the number of sections we offer, just like we do for our advanced students. My department believes these students deserve the same educational resources as our high-performing students. One last thing to consider, the double math block, the intervention math that is being mandated at all schools, does require more sections in the master schedule than the single transitional math course, which costs us more money. Since the budget is tight, it seems more fiscally responsible to just offer transitional math. Thank you for your time.
After Jody Gildersleeve, we have Billy Trout.
Truax. You got Gildersleeve right. That was absolutely exceptional. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, members of the district, thank you for your time. I am a math teacher at Vista Murrieta as well. I've been there. This is my 19th year. I wanted to echo what Mrs. Garnett said. I could bore you with the details that I believe that was designed to go after AB 705, which was never designed to be implemented in high school. I can absolutely email you documents of other California districts and other states that have tried this approach of funneling all 9th graders into the same math class and have found it hasn't worked and have abandoned it. What I wanted to appeal more toward is the emotional component. If you've ever tried something that was challenging for you, imagine trying something that is 2 years beyond your abilities. In the same math period, I have students that have failed 7th grade math and 8th grade math, sitting across from a table from students, who received A+ in those. The students who have failed both math classes start eventually to feel like failures. They feel stupid. I hear them say it. Right? They feel that from their peers, and no matter what amount of classroom management and motivation, it takes a toll on their mental health. And if you've ever had a child that struggled with learning something, imagine your child learning something that is 2 years beyond their abilities. What I fail to understand is if we have the option to meet the children where they're at, which I'm repeatedly told we must do, why don't we offer it to them? Why are we told to meet children where they're at when I can't teach them they're 2 years behind their peers? I'm supposed to manage that and the students who excel all in the same classroom. It seems confusing to me when we say we put students first, and yet we have an option that clearly, by data that's been presented to you by both Mrs. Garnett and a speaker last time, proves that it's successful, and yet we still choose to do nothing. That confuses me. It takes a toll on their mental health. Eventually they feel like failures. They quit coming to math. They quit coming to school. And what goes on? Is that the message we want to send to these kids? These kids are more than capable. They just need gaps filled in. And yet we can't do it. I don't understand. So I implore you as parents to try to put your emotions and think of that if your student was one of those and came home feeling like a failure every night because they couldn't do something that was 2 years out of their reach. I think it's time we truly do what's best for students, and we put students first, and we do truly meet students where they're at. That's what I would ask you to do. Thank you.
Next up will be Kelly Parsons.
Hi, board members. Sorry, please, I'm not the greatest at this. I'm great in front of a classroom teaching math, but here. Personally, transitional math class, I can talk a lot about. Especially, I taught 1 year of Math 1 at the high school. Before going to Math 1, before going to the high school, I was at the Thompson Middle School teaching Advanced Math 8, Advanced Math 1, teaching Math 8. I'm going to do a couple side notes on the advanced series at the middle school. It needs to come back, okay? You need to help the upper end and the lower end at the same time. The intervention math class is very important. I would not have graduated high school without intervention English class, okay? I struggle all the way through high school and everything else. Math, no. Okay, now I teach AP statistics and a few other classes. Okay, so my English level was probably 3rd or 4th grade going into high school. Okay, a lot of those kids need that help just to bridge that gap, and having 2 math classes, trust me, not going to work. All right, we need to bring it back and bring it back strong, especially for those that need it. Okay, little side note. Mental health specialist. My wife works in the field as a practitioner. Just to get in to see someone is minimum 1 month, if they're lucky. If they're part of low-income families that don't have the insurance, like private insurance, they're taking 4 months to see someone. We have them on campus. So right now, us as a big school, 2 is a good number. Okay, and that's coming from me and knowing all the counselors there on campus. So I hope my little input helps a little bit. All right, thank you.
All right, good evening, board. As I reviewed this meeting's agenda, I was disheartened to see that Mrs. Briggs is revisiting a decision she already made last month. While I may not be able to sway your votes to keep our mental health professionals, I do want to share how they have made an impact on my personal classroom. I have seen the positive impact when students were in need of support with anxiety about grades, the death of a parent, the stress of losing their home, the heartbreak of not making a team. I have watched students get a pass to go to a small group for grief, for positive relationship building, and for support with family conflict. I have participated in professional development that helped me learn the subtle signs that can build to stress, to anxiety, and then to suicidal ideation. These tools help me and my colleagues daily. I have witnessed how much help they provide to Vista's 7 counselors, and those 7 counselors each carry a course load that range from 422 students to all the way to 493 students for 1 counselor. The American School Counselor Association recommends 250 students to 1 counselor, and we have a counselor that is almost double the national recommendation. Our students deserve access to mental health at all grade levels, and that includes the middle school. When I think about my middle school experience at Margarita Middle School in Temecula, I weep. I can't even talk about it because it was so upsetting, and I do not want that for any single student in our district. Please put our students first. They are worth our time and our resources. Please keep our mental health professionals. And Ms. Briggs, you and I sat at that beautiful Student of the Month luncheon, and I was thankful that I got to thank you for your vote last month. I hope I can do the same in the future. Thank you.
Next up is Laurel Lamont. And following Laurel will be Angela Tlarzik.
Hi, my name's Laurel Lamont. I am the founder of Upward Community. I'm a housing advocate. I work at Trader Joe's. My son went through all of the Murrieta School District, started at Buchanan, then to Dorothy McElhaney, and to finish it off at Vista Murrieta. I am a single mom, and he has been my only child and my only responsibility his entire life. He has only had 1 parent, and we struggled throughout every single year in this school district. We did not have support, and I'm a very involved mother. I reached out to every teacher, and I made sure every teacher that he ever had access to understood our situation, and no, there were no resources. So if you are cutting mental health professionals, you need more of them. You don't need to cut them, you need to add them. You need to do an education on how we help the students and the least of them. This is a public school system, and if you want to cut paychecks, you want to cut I'm sure there's cuts that can be made. How about you cut the attorneys that fight IEPs? How about you cut the wages of some of these people over here? Let's see, let's go down the list. Darren Daniel, $276,000 a year. That's without benefits. Super. Andrus, $310,000. Is that before benefits? Richard Rideout, you're $200,000. There's cuts that can be made. But you know who suffers when you cut your mental health professionals that you need more of? The students. You're about to approve a $530,000 playground. Do kids need toys or do they need people? I have lived through this, and nobody showed up for us. Through a pandemic, we sat in a tiny apartment on lockdown, and he had no mom at home and no dad at home because guess what? We worked through that pandemic. Suicidal ideation, you want to cut something? Cut Care Solace, because that's a Google for a mental health search that you don't have insurance for. Do not cut your mental health resources.
Larzik, we have Myra Gonzalez.
Good evening, Board. I'm here tonight to talk about the safety and well-being of our students and the critical need for mental health support in our schools. You're deciding whether to remove 5 of the 8 mental health specialists for the entire district. Not 3, 5. Let me ask, who will absorb the duties of these professionals if they are gone? Removing these roles creates a dangerous gap. Without early intervention, students will carry unseen struggles, struggles we won't be aware of and we won't be equipped to address. How will we follow up? How will we ensure their safety? Who will take on that responsibility? How can we claim to support student success while cutting vital mental health resources? Our students, our classrooms, and parents need these supports. To pretend that we can eliminate over half of our mental health specialists and still provide the same level of care is unrealistic, and it's reckless. You can't cut the heart out of something and expect it to keep beating. Let's talk about real numbers here. This year alone, at just one high school, we've averaged 4 suicide assessments per month, each taking 2 to 4 hours to complete. Who will handle that? Your counselors, your administrators, teachers, SROs, the school nurse? Who is qualified and who has the time? We've had nearly 3,900 student visits for mental health support this year at Vista. That's 3,900 moments when a student needed help with depression, anxiety, trauma, or simply a safe space. Who will absorb that responsibility? Without these positions, students will fall through the cracks. So when they come to you in crisis, what will you tell them? Call 988? Talk to your priest? Toughen up? How many students must harm themselves or worse before we decide their mental health matters more than ideology and culture wars? And let's be clear, this isn't about money. At the last meeting, the CFO confirmed we have the funding for these positions in the general fund. This is not about fiscal responsibility. It's a choice. And as you vote again tonight, keep in mind, your kids also go to these schools. Every parent wants their child to be safe. That safety includes early detection and intervention before issues escalate. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Keeping these positions is your ounce of prevention. Thank you.
Following Myra Gonzalez is Jeremy Murphy.
Hello, my name is Myra Gonzalez, and I'm one of the mental health specialists, school social workers. I was actually going to refrain from speaking today because I really don't think that my voice is going to make a difference. Yesterday, 5 of us actually received a phone call scheduling meetings with the assistant superintendent of HR to discuss the outcome of this meeting. When I spoke with the team, or when I spoke with the district today and informed them that I couldn't be there tomorrow because I had a pre-scheduled appointment already, I was informed that a letter would be going out. So in some ways, it kind of feels like a decision has already been made about this. However, I was reminded about the importance of advocacy today while I was working with my self-esteem group. We were exploring the importance that restorative questions can have in navigating these difficult conversations, and the importance in actually just having and showing up for these difficult conversations. So now I'm here and I'm urging you to vote no. People often associate our role with crisis, trauma, and loss, and that's actually a very real part of our role. We're here when students are grieving. We walk alongside them when they're working through challenges. We answer the phone at 4, 5. I've even answered the phone sometimes as late as 5:30 or 6, depending on what we're working on. When a parent calls and asks us for support, we're there in those moments of crisis when a student's struggling with a thought, plan, or intent of suicide, self-harm, or harm towards others. And we provide that support for the family and for the community as a whole. But I think that one of the most powerful things about a role is actually the ability to provide consistency. Just like we're there for those students in those moments of loss, we're also there for them in their celebrations. This month alone, I've had students who come in to tell me colleges that they're getting into, difficult conversations that they've been having, and tools that they're using from some of the groups. Their first track meet that they participated, even though they were really nervous to even try out for a sport, or a court that they worked really hard to advocate for, to kind of celebrate the work and the time that our community is putting in. Moments like these is really what matters. We often talk about the power of moments. Moments like when students are sitting in our student lounge, tossing a therapy ball, talking about how anxiety impacts their life, and sharing some of the tools that impact them. This isn't even one of our groups. This is just offered during our lunch period, and they take it among themselves to start using some of these tools. This year at Vista, we've offered 13 counseling groups, and we're working to get 3 more groups up and running. We're offering a self-esteem group, an anxiety management group, a depression management group, an art expression and coping skills group. And that's just this semester alone. Year after year, and I've only been here these 2 years, but I've seen an increase in students seeking out the supports, and you might ask why. And I actually think it's because students want to learn. They want to know how to advocate, how to take care of their own emotional well-being. And when they walk out of these groups, that's what they have. I urge you to vote no because I believe in these services. And I urge you to vote no because with a skeleton crew, I'm just not sure our team can provide crisis and prevention services.
Jeremy Murphy is Emily Brooks.
I appreciate the time. I'm a dad of 3 kids in the district. It's tough to hear that the wheels are already in motion before the board has made a decision. But I actually paid my property tax bill this week, and I was thinking as I was doing it, I was like, it would be really nice if I could continue this rate and help financially support my neighborhood schools. But unfortunately, Nick took that option away from us, and here we are facing another yet difficult financial decision. A former board member once mentioned publicly during teacher negotiations, contract negotiations, she said, quote, "It's not that we don't have the money, it's how we choose to spend it." And while that was disheartening to hear, I did appreciate her candor, and I think it's kind of applicable in this situation, because it's really a choice. You are making a choice. It's not that the funds aren't there, it's that this is the cut you are choosing to make. Because you can really just take a look at how funds have been spent over the last year. I mean, you could look at Clifford Moss LLC, the bond feasibility consultant. It was spent about $130K over that process, and then that all just went down the wash when Nick prevented that from actually going to the ballot for the public to vote. You could look at the top 10 earners in the district getting an extra $125K in May that was unanimously approved by the board, or certificated management and classified management getting an extra $250,000 in October as an off-scheduled raise. That's a bonus, not even a step raise. And not that they don't deserve it, it's just funds were allocated, they were there, and the board made the decision that that's how they wanted to spend the funds. I mean, you could also talk about wasted funds, like the property purchase that Nick voted for and then bailed on, and other funds that have been kind of washed away. But there are choices, that's the bottom line. And if research is any guide, this choice will have undesirable outcomes. Because of all the cuts that you can make, this is the one that you are choosing. And these choices stick with you. I mean, just ask Nick, he keeps hearing about the financial restraints that are on the district and the redistricting issues because of his choice. It's a lot to put on individuals to have the burden of that choice that you are cutting mental health services and student wellness supports for what is already a vulnerable student population. You shouldn't have to bear the burden of that choice. So I would hope that you would reconsider so we don't have to experience the consequences of your decision. Thank you.
Emily Brooks, we have Kyla Vela.
Good evening. I've got to admit, I didn't prepare anything tonight because I didn't realize we'd have to be talking about this again. My one hope, though, is that Mrs. Briggs, I'm glad you brought the issue back, potentially, because now we have the opportunity for all 5 board members to vote to keep these positions and show unanimous support in this district for the mental health and well-being of our students. Hopefully, after hearing from all these speakers tonight, you'll make that decision, Mrs. Schmidt, Mr. Pardue, and Mrs. Briggs, to add your voices and support this measure to keep these social workers employed. Mr. Pardue, at the last meeting, I listened to you say something that broke my heart and made me furious. You indicated when Ms. Munoz said that one life is too many, is too much, losing one child, and you said that these issues might only affect a small number of people. We might not know what caused that one death. Maybe they didn't even try to access our resources, as if one life doesn't matter. On June 3rd, I listened to the video before I came in here. You said it only impacts a small group of people. I listened to the video before I walked in here. I wrote that down. I wrote down your words from the video. On June 3rd last year, I received an email from my daughter's school saying that a student had passed away over the weekend. That was a Monday. When I picked her up that afternoon, we learned it was from suicide. I promise you, that child's death didn't only affect a small amount of people. I have personally spent over $1,000 on mental health care for my daughter to help her overcome that friend's death. She felt responsible because maybe he'd talked to her a few times. And why didn't she reach out and try to help him get help? She didn't know what to do. She was a 7th grader. A few months ago, they had a suicide prevention session from the school counselor that came in. Too late. These resources are needed now to help the child who is struggling and also to help the children who might be struggling with other issues, ADHD, family problems at home. It's not just the suicide we're trying to prevent. It's everything, and these kids need it now more than ever. Post-pandemic, teachers are seeing children who are unfocused in class, they can't concentrate, and it's the mental health worker who can come in, take the child aside, give them those support groups, and help them come back and be ready to learn, because one child who is struggling affects the entire class and affects the entire school. So it's not just one. The one matters, but it's not just one, and we will feel the effects of this down the road. So please join your votes tonight. It should be a unanimous decision to keep these positions. Thank you.
Kyla Vela, we have Jennifer Reeves.
Good evening. My name is Kyla Vela, and I am a resident here in Murrieta. I am here today to speak out against resolution number 242520. On today's agenda, social workers in our school, as so many others before me have shared, play a vital role in our school and our community here in Murrieta. It is clear that the board may not fully understand the scope of a social worker's responsibilities, so let me briefly outline their invaluable work. Social workers connect families experiencing homelessness with critical resources, ensuring that barriers to education are removed. They advocate for youth who are in foster care, making sure that their educational rights and needs are being met. They also play an essential role with students who have IEPs and 504 plans to ensure that they receive the accommodations and supports that they need to succeed. When a student is a danger to themselves or to others, social workers are the ones who are equipped to respond to that, to provide immediate care and long-term care to those students and families. They also support students, as we've heard, who are dealing with anxiety, depression, and other behavioral challenges, issues that impact our school every single day. These are roles that teachers and staff and administrators simply do not have the capacity, the ability, time, or training to provide. Social workers are specialized professionals who provide these essential supports to students in need beyond the scope of what our school staff can provide. Eliminating or reducing the role of school social workers would be harmful to our most vulnerable students in our community. I implore you to vote no on this today. Thank you.
Following Jennifer Reeves, we have Tanya Spedalieri.
Members of the board, to say I'm disappointed to see that this item is back on the agenda tonight is an understatement. I was unfortunately unable to attend the last meeting due to work commitments, but had been relieved to hear that this very agenda item had not passed. Terminating these social worker positions will be detrimental to students. There are a multitude of reasons that their expertise is needed on campus, and your fear or hatred of 1% of the population and keeping them from getting the support that they need will keep 100% of the kids in your district from getting much of any help at all. As a mom of someone who in your district had ADHD and ODD, I can tell you that having a social worker is imperative to fine-tuning IEPs and 504 plans. As someone who was raised by her grandparents, having had access to someone like that in my school years would have helped me tremendously in dealing with and processing the fact that I was the only child I knew to be raised in such a manner. Now, I know some of you in this room would say, just go to church. That solves it all, right? Except we did that. And having other kids' parents try to step in and behave as pseudo-parents rather than finding a way to help me address and process the situation at hand did far more damage than it ever did help. You will hurt kids if you vote yes on this, period, end of story. If you vote yes on this item, you are showing the students and this community at large that you don't really care about these kids. So show us, do you?
After Tanya Spedalieri, we have Frances Burns.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to talk with you guys. This is my first time ever making a public comment in a setting like this, and I didn't prepare anything, but I am here to try and advocate for our social workers and all of our mental health, our mental health workers in our schools. I am a new employee at Murrieta Valley Unified, a permanent employee. I was a sub for 4 years, and so I was lucky enough to gain employment, a permanent job at Chavela Middle School. And let me tell you, I've had a lot of jobs. This is by far the best job I've ever had. It is an honor and a privilege to be able to be an employee here at Murrieta Valley Unified School District. I have, in my role as a sub and as a DIS aide, have had a number of issues where students have come to me expressing thoughts of self-harm or just frustration with being able to perform in the classroom. And our mental health workers are there to help support us, and I turn to them very quickly to try and help address these situations. And if they're not there, I don't know where these students would turn. It's really the most vulnerable among us that you're harming when you're making these cuts. And I really implore you to vote no on cutting these programs for our kids. Thank you.
Following Frances Byrne, we have Jolene Cochran.
Good evening. Before I begin, President Pardue, I filled out 2 time cards,
And so do you want me to speak for 3 minutes, go sit down, and then come back at another time, or do you want to?
Are they different topics or the same topic? Because there's
They're,
only,
they're
only get 3
different. They're
minutes
different
for-
topics.
It just depends on the schedule of other comments.
Yeah, well, why don't you just go ahead and hit both topics while you're up?
So at the same time? So.
If you could, yeah. Maybe you could streamline a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Appreciate
I appreciate it. So, good evening, board. President Pardue, Dr. Andrus, hope you all are well this evening. Dr. Andrus, I want to thank you and the HR department. I recently received my 20-year service pin in the mail, and I really appreciate that you reinstated that tradition. I appreciate it very much. Also, before I continue, I want to support my colleagues in the math department from Vista Murrieta. I wholeheartedly back everything that they've said, and I would implore you also to reinstate different levels of mathematics at the middle school level as well. One size fits all does not work. Now, the two topics of conversation that I had planned on speaking on, I didn't realize how poignant these were going to be. My first one is about transparency in government. And the reason I wanted to speak about it was because last month I was listening to a news report that was videotaped, and it was Representative Luna of Florida, and she had reported that the Congress had created a special task force in an effort to be fully transparent with United States citizens. And they are going to, or they are in the middle of reinvestigating, are you ready for this? The JFK assassination, the MLK assassination, the RFK assassination, the events around 9/11, the events around Epstein and COVID, and UAPs and USOs, that's commonly known as UFOs. And I heard that and I thought I was just dreaming. I would never have believed that I would hear such a thing from my federal Congress. And to me, it speaks to them realizing that there's a huge mistrust by the American public with the government. And so I feel like that if our federal government our Congress is making it a point to be fully transparent about issues like that, you six up here can certainly commit to be as transparent as possible in every way, shape, or form. I'm quite certain you don't have anything as sensitive as information to the JFK assassination or aliens. So whatever you have, I'm sure is going to be a piece of cake by comparison. And I want to say I appreciate, Dr. Andrus, your efforts to reach out to the public regarding the redistricting and also the upcoming math adoption. So I implore you all to be as transparent every step of the way on every topic in every way, shape, or form. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about this evening was something I don't actually ever want to talk about again, but I feel it's important. I don't know if anyone has realized it or not, but today is the 5-year anniversary when we were told at this district that we were going to shut down for 2 weeks, presumably to prevent flatten the curve for COVID. Well, it morphed into something other than being shut down for 2 weeks. Way more. Our lives were turned upside down in ways that are immeasurable to all of us. What I'm hoping is for that to never happen again. We were told that we needed to stay at home, shelter in place, wear masks, get vaccinated, social distance for 6 feet. Certain industries had to close. There was all kinds of mandates. Well, unfortunately, a lot of these procedures were wrong. There are many experts like Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Peter McCullough, Senator Rand Paul, and RFK Jr. himself, who have done deep research into this, among many others. And it turns out that masks didn't work the way they were supposed to. The vaccines aren't vaccines. The vaccines didn't stop the spread. The vaccines didn't prevent you from getting COVID. Vaccines do cause injuries. The federal government and other governments were complicit in squelching conversation about what to do about it. Heck, last month on the Joe Rogan show, Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook and Meta, admitted publicly that the federal government pressured him to squelch any kind of dissenting information on Facebook that publicly went against the narrative that the federal government and some state governments were actually purporting. And what's really poignant about it to me is this discussion about the need for mental health. And you know what? A lot of it was caused not because of COVID, let's be clear. It's because of the response to COVID. The response to COVID was abysmal. Our leaders did not follow the science, okay? They had their own political wishes, and they had, and some of them had profits to be made because of their actions. And so what I implore you to do is to revisit, if something happens like this again, that you six have a plan, and you remember that you take an oath to the Constitution, and that you do not allow our civil liberties to be trampled again. Thank you very much.
And Jolene Cochran, we have Lucky Hartunian. All right, this is Hartunian.
Good evening, Board, and praise God that He put you two in. Why I'm here is because I wanted to inform you, in case He didn't, that Homeland Security came here in April of 2023, and I wanted to know if you were given the report in regards to that, because you need to read that report. They came here and I walked with them to the schools: Vista High School, Murrieta Valley High School, Chavela Junior High, Rail Ranch, and Alta Murrieta Elementary School. And oh boy, there's a lot that you need to know in that report. Just in one school, which was the Rail Ranch, they indicated that the fence lines were too short. They're only 6 feet. And that they needed to be up higher, from 7 to 8 feet. By the way, I was a previous board member and school board president and teacher. I asked questions because I needed to know, as they were talking about that fence, what can be done where the fences don't have to be pulled up. And they made a comment to me about outrigger. That's something that can be attached to those fences and raise them up. They also indicated that the inside of Rail Ranch the office portion needed to be redone. And that, there's a lot of things in there that is wrong with our schools to protect them, because your number one priority is the safety and the security of our children. So that's what I wanted to tell you, to please get that report and read it so that you know what is needed in this school district for the protection of our children here. And yes, I do have grandchildren here. There's also something else I wanted to explain to you that just came out. The state decision not to appeal the court decision upholding Chino Valley Unified School District's policy to notify parents when students request changes in their official and unofficial records is a huge win. The court ruling is a monumental win for parents' rights and transparency in our schools. The victory in California courts reinforces the rights for parents that parents have in making decisions about their children's education and the critical role parents play in guiding their child's education, well-being, and safety. The judge allowed the district to inform the parents about requested changes to a child's school records. And as of September 24th, that revised policy is constitutional, and parents must be notified if children request to change their official or unofficial school records, regardless of the reasons. It's not to infringe on the parents. So the parents' rights are now solid. So I just wanted you to know that, and I'm thankful to Chino Schools, because that lady, that board member, she fought hard to get this done for our children. So I wanted you to know that in case you didn't know that, okay? All right. And thank you for everything you've done. God bless you.
Thank you. Next up is Aaron Benavides, followed by Landon Benavides.
Before I begin, can I donate my remaining time to this young man?
Sure.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes, for, I guess, for a joint statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, board members and district representatives. I'm here on behalf of my son and many other players and families from the MVHS baseball team because of an incident which occurred on Friday, February 28th, 2025, during a game versus Capistrano Valley Christian High School, which involved Bryn Wade shoving my son, the catcher, after scolding him for a pitcher who was unable to execute his pitches. I am sure you have seen the video, and it's fitting that there's been a lot of mental health discussion this evening. You have received numerous emails from other parents regarding allegations about the mistreatment and mental abuse of players by Coach Bryn Wade. I am sure you would agree this is unacceptable by MVUSD policy and standards. I also realize steps are being taken to address these issues. I would like to ensure that this is entered into record and appropriate steps and measures are taken to remove Bryn Wade as head baseball coach at MVHS. I believe this is a necessary step to ensure the protection and safety of not only current players, but future players as well. Thank you.
My name is Charlie Black, and I speak for the team. I'm not on drugs. I'm just simply at my breaking point. I'm so mentally exhausted and so mentally frustrated, and honestly, that it's physically affecting my well-being at this time. I'm up here literally shaking because of what this man has done to me. My story is, last summer, I fell into a psychotic episode because of it. I couldn't think. I nearly died. Attempted suicide on multiple attempts. I went through months and months of therapy because of this man, because of what he has done to mentally sabotage players and just everything else. I have nothing prepared because I speak from the heart. After all this, it spiraled out of control. I didn't sleep for days, lost a bunch of weight, quit baseball, hated it. And I courageously joined back because it's genuinely what I love, but I'm at the point where I just want to quit again because I can't handle it anymore. I tried out for the golf team. I'm on the golf team. I could literally just walk out, but I haven't done that because I still love the game and I still want to continue playing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Landon Benavides, and I am the catcher at Murrieta Valley Baseball Program. I think in life, good and bad can become a blurred line sometimes, and Bryn Wade, he walks that line every day. We don't know which coach we're getting, and we're often surprised when it's the good one. He is truly the most narcissistic, self-centered person I have ever met, and I can't take it anymore. In the 3 years that I've been a part of the baseball program, it has been the most miserable time of my life. I've had contemplations of suicide. I almost drowned in a pool. I've now been shoved, and I've just fallen out of love with the game. Bryn Wade has a knack for making kids do that, and I'm not the only one who has fallen out of love with it. And I speak on behalf of myself, these players here, and the rest of the baseball team, that we will not play for this man, and Murrieta Valley will not have a baseball team this year if he is continuing to be the coach. I represented the baseball program on a trip to Murrieta Elementary for Red Ribbon Week, and there was a boy there. He later, a few weeks ago, asked me to clean and break in a catcher's mitt for him, and he recognized me and remembered me. And later in the car ride home from my house back to his, he apparently told his dad that when he grows up, he wants to be like Landon. And that hit me in a spot where I was like, I have to keep playing. There's got to be something I can do. So now it's not just for me and this team here, it's also for the future, because that little boy will go to Murrieta Valley High School. He will play baseball because he loves it. It's the sport I fell in love with at 5 years old, and I've continued playing for 12 years. And I don't want him to be ruined by this man who is the head coach at Murrieta Valley Baseball. So I urge you, and the rest of the team urges you, with whatever power you have, to fire Bryn Wade as the head baseball coach and pick up somebody else, anybody else. Thank you.
Is that the end of the comment cards?
We have one more, and this is the written statement?
This is the one I have here.
Tim Mesa? Is Tim Mesa here? Oh, I'm sorry. Tim Mesa, we have one more card for you.
We're gonna wait for our agenda item for him to speak.
Okay, no problem.
I do have one on the public regular agenda that was submitted online.
Okay.
So I will read that. It's been submitted. Attention board members, I am the attendance clerk at Chevala and have been in the school district as an attendance clerk for over 35 years. I've just been told that the board will be voting again tonight to eliminate several jobs with our social workers in the district. Little typo, I cannot express strong enough our needs to keep these mental health workers employed. The kids need them. Even with 3 full-time counselors, it is an everyday occurrence that students come to the office in need of help. They are distraught, crying, or shut down. These students are helped to get through their rough time by these social workers. At my school, that would be Mrs. Pike. She has several programs at Chevala where she meets with these students personally. We do share her services with Warm Springs Middle School. Board Member Briggs, I know that when you were running for your campaign, you were all for the schools and supporting the kids' mental health, physical, and well-being. Have you changed your opinion? ? Kids are our future for Murrieta. Please do not vote to eliminate the jobs with our social workers in the Murrieta district. Sincerely, Kim Reynolds. That's the end of the passage.
Okay, that concludes all the public comments. Moving to E3, Employee Organizations Report. Freddie Musquez. California Schools Employees Association. Did we want public comment now, or is it another time?
I think that comment comes when agenda items like 2 and 2 and 3 come up.
Yes.
Yes.
G2?
Yes, at G2.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Andrews, President Pardue, and board. First, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our new school board members, as I have not been at some of these meetings. So welcome. I'm optimistic that through collaboration, we can further enhance Murrieta Valley's Unified School District's mission, and that is to inspire every student to think, to learn, to achieve, and to care, also while fostering strong community relationships. The partnership between CSEA and the district has yielded positive outcomes for some of our members, and I express my gratitude for that collaboration. As we anticipate challenges in the upcoming years, CSEA is prepared to lend a helping hand. Together, we can address these concerns and continue to provide or prioritize the well-being and success of our students. Thank you for your dedication and commitment to our educational community. Thanks.
We have Lisa Murray from President of MEA.
Good evening, Dr. Andrus, President Pardue, and trustees. It's been a busy and exciting month for Murrieta educators. Great things are happening all around the district and within our association. As a former parent and staff member, as well as the association president, I was honored to have been invited to participate in the Dorothy McElhaney Schools to Watch visitor panel. I'm sure they will be recognized officially here at a board meeting soon, but in case you haven't already heard, the Colts were one of 90 middle schools across the state named to the California League of Middle Schools 2025 list of schools to watch, which came as no surprise to me. I also had the chance to stop by and check out the 3rd grade Living Wax Museum at Lisa J. Mayles. If you haven't seen it, try to get yourself an invitation next year because the 3rd grade teachers over there have done an absolutely stellar job creating this fun and educational day for their students. And the kiddos do a fabulous job posing as wax figures, teaching us about important people in history. The Thompson, and I just got an invitation to the Cole Canyon one that's coming up too. I can't wait. The Thompson Middle School PE department invited me to stop by and get so that I could see how they roll. And wow, what an exceptional program they have developed. I was impressed by their data-driven differentiated model aimed at improving physical fitness and enhancing students' confidence, behavior, and overall academic success. Their PE philosophy perfectly encompasses what I saw in action that day: strong bodies, strong minds. At Thompson Physical Education, we believe in the power of fitness to strengthen both the body and the mind. We are committed to providing all students with a high-quality physical education program that fosters physical, mental, and emotional growth. It was my first time attending the annual Board of Education workshop a couple weeks back, and I just want to say I truly appreciate the district and board, including MEA and CSEA, in this productive day every year. Also this past month, we hosted our first annual MEA General Membership Meeting featuring the In and Out truck. We had a great turnout, and it was a successful way to connect with our members as well as answer questions and address concerns, and we are already starting to plan for next year's event. Julie Pilati and I attended the Riverside County Office of Education State of Education event last week, featuring highlights from the 32 districts across the county. It was enlightening to see that MVUSD already has so many of the programs that were highlighted in other districts, but it was also an excellent opportunity to gain new ideas of how to continue to grow and improve our district. Great job to the VMHS Bronco News Network, BNN, team on their video that was showcased at the event. In other news, we have completed 2 bargaining sessions with the district team and have even TA'd a couple of articles already. We are making steady progress and are currently working to stay ahead of the budget, which has been our goal for the last several years. I know everyone is eagerly awaiting the May revise of the governor's budget proposal to get a better picture of what our funding will look like next year. Last but not least, we are sending 4 of our members to the CTA Good Teaching Conference in Orange County this weekend, where they will have the opportunity to attend workshops on a wide range of topics, including classroom management, best practices in math, differentiation in writing instruction, teaching multicultural and bilingual students, analyzing data, connecting with students, and so much more. Heather Goka, our MEA secretary, will be a presenter at the conference, teaching attendees how to boost their efficiency and engage their students with Canva. And that is all I have for you this month.
Me 4 is superintendent report. I call on Dr. Andrews.
Thank you, and thank you, members of the community who made public comment. To your point, it is not easy to come up and make public comment, right? Especially a lot of feelings and emotions going on inside, and to have some sort of clear and coherent message that's being recorded and broadcast, that's a challenge. So thank you for those of you who came and did that, or even if you didn't and it's in your heart, right? It takes a lot to do that. So we do appreciate your point of view and your perspective. It is the purpose of public comment that the district officials, myself included, my team who's here with us, and the board hear from the community to hear your thoughts. It is best when we can be rational about all of it and express our true feelings, but oftentimes emotions can sometimes overrun. And sometimes that happens even in the gallery when you're listening. So thank you for being respectful of others and being good listeners and hearing different perspectives, because each one matters. I will make some comments around the agenda item about the mental health social worker position when we get to that point in the agenda, provide a little more information, and share how we reached that decision and that determination to even bring this about in the first place. And so you can be clear where that came from. I do want to address one concern or one comment that was made, had to do with the transitional math program. We are taking some steps to make that greater available across the district at our other high schools. However, we also need to make sure parents recognize and understand the implications of taking that class. Because just because it's a different math class at a lower level, there are implications for those students, and everyone needs to be aware and fully informed. So we need to make sure we do that, and we have a process in place that's improved to offer that course or those classes. So I want to share a couple of things that are of importance. Right now, it is production season. If you haven't made it to one of our plays, they're great. You need to go. Mamma Mia is playing right now, so if you want to go, they start in 10 minutes, and you can go. Yay, thank you. I'm going to see it tomorrow. But I was able to get to Addams Family. Alice by Heart is playing, and then they're going to do Footloose over at MV later in April, I think. But not only that, at our middle schools, they're doing plays like Frozen Junior, a bunch of different plays that way. Even our elementary schools are doing that. Again, that's thanks to Prop 28. That is a separate fund from our general fund that we receive just targeted for visual and performing arts. So one might say, well, why are you spending money on these scripts when you could be spending money on that? They come from different pots of money, and some have restrictions. So all of those things, that almost every pot of money comes with a restriction. Very few dollars are just unlimited, unfettered, do what you want. So that's an example of where some of this money is very specifically targeted, but they are great. Resources are being spent. Kids have a great experience. It's fun to watch. Please go. We're also delighted to see our sports underway. You heard from our students. They're doing great work. I don't know I can't remember if Megan mentioned it, but we want to recognize the girls water polo from Murrieta Valley High School. I think between our last public meeting and today, maybe not, I can't remember, it's a blur. They won the CIF section. They tried to compete again and went into state playoffs and lost in the second round of the state regional playoff, but they did great winning yet another one. That makes 3 CIF section titles for that high school this year. A total of 4, I think, for the entire district. So we're really proud of our student athletes. Lastly, I want to bring some attention to the work that we're doing. If you've seen a white van rolling around the district with a big orange logo on it in the community, it says, start your day with TK. We want to bring some attention to that. Really important that our youngest learners, both 4 and 5-year-olds, get enrolled in transitional kindergarten and kindergarten. It's a really great way to start their experience. We actually want to, and we just brought this out. There's flyers outside in the front. Grab one, take one to share. On April 26th, from 11 to 2, we're having an event in this town square park, the big grass field. It's called TK and Kinder Signing Day. So think of that opportunity that athletes have when they sign, they're committing to something. We're doing the same for our littles, but it's not just fun activities for little ones. We're encouraging our high schools and middle schools to bring their programs so that our littlest learners can see what they get to do. Just like the young man that talked about breaking in a baseball mitt, because they will have a chance to see our students in ROTC, musical performances, robotics clubs, and more. Just our youngest 4 and 5-year-olds and their families get to see what this school district does and the experience they will have as they go through the system. So we encourage, it's actually open to anyone in the community. It's out in the park, and that'll be April 26th on a Saturday from 11 to 2. And so we encourage you to participate. That concludes my comment.
All right, thank you, Dr. Andrus. And now for board member reports, Mrs. Briggs.
Thank you. I'm so excited. Visit a few school sites this year, and I had made a mention, I think, to Richard and Faith at one point. And I'm like, man, we don't need to make the board comments so long because people I want the district staff to go home because I know they have families too. What I recognize is that it's not just about what I did in the community for the board. It's really recognizing the people in the community in these sites that I met after I visited the sites. And I saw just if you guys see the teachers, I went to Cole Canyon, I met with Mr. Shaw, which, by the way, there's almost, is there over 1,000 students? And I think Mr. Shaw knows them all by name. And we walked the grounds with him, and they would come up to him, give him gifts, the kids ran up to him. I mean, it was just an experience. So I realized the board reports are important, but it's more important for me to tell you that the people that are working behind the scenes on your behalf, the teachers, the principals, have such a heart for their jobs. I mean, I had the privilege of seeing it on the back end. As a parent, I came in onto a site, and it's a different perspective when you see really the boots on the ground work that they're doing, and it was really refreshing. I mean, as a parent, I knew they were doing work, but this time you get to see really from the back end what the teachers are investing, and they had some beautiful just classrooms. The whole program is amazing. I visited Lisa J. Mills and Dorothy McElhomey Middle School and loved it, and loved it. Lisa J is so much prettier on the inside than it is on the outside of the fence. Looking in, if anybody's passing by, they just opened up the new classrooms, the new playground area, and they have like these huge canopies. It was a great thing to have kids see things that are in right order, and that school has those things in right order. It was really cool. And I went to Thompson Middle School, saw Mr. Burns out there, and did a read across. The librarian called, and she sent an email to the entire staff and asked us to be a part of Read Across America, which I had never done before. And I put in the post that I did that, full disclosure, I've never read to kids in a school setting like that, and I've never read to middle schoolers. So that was a very big experience for me, because I thought, why would middle schoolers want somebody to come in and read to them? But let me tell you, they were the most captive audience I have ever had. And I have read to kindergartners, first and second and third graders, and elementary level. And the kids at Thompson, thank you to the librarian. She was so patient with me, because I just was like, you want me to just read Dr. Seuss? And what she explained to me is that some of those kids never had that type of an experience to have somebody read to them. And she said it almost like brings them back to their childhood as elementary kids. So it was a really good experience. We did our board workshop with the executive team and Dr. Andres and the labor partners, and I thought that was super informative, and there's a lot more to be talked about there, and it's just a lot of things in the works, a lot of wheels to spin here. And I completed the MIG course, the Masters in Governance. I just finished up my last class here on Monday for Section 1. And very eye-opening, and it was very good, so just so you know. And then we also attended, there was a few of us that attended the Rotary meeting, which honored actually it honored a teacher from our district, and it was a very great ceremony to attend, because it really recognized the vocational leaders in our community, and it was held at the Murrieta Community Center. So shout out to the Rotary, they did a great job putting it together, and it was just a great thing to honor the people who literally like labor among us, and those are the teachers, and they had firemen there, and police people, you know, police, first responders. It was a great event. So there was a lot that happened, but everywhere I went, I want you to know, and this is going to be a really big thing for me, especially in light of what we're doing tonight, is that the district staff, after having met with them and sat down and talked to them, they are working behind the scenes on your behalf, on the behalf of our community, and they put in the work, and you can tell, and it shows. So I'm excited about what's going on, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a part of it.
All right, thank you very much. Mrs. Munoz.
Hello, I really appreciate everybody that came out today. I love the public comment, and I love that the access and that people have the platform. I also appreciate, as I've said at every meeting that I've been up here so far, the emails, the phone calls, the messages that I get. It's really important that you continue to do that. And, you know, part of my initial entry into this, you know, there's been a theme. It's about me educating myself so that I can better serve all of you in this role. And since the last meeting, I've also done some Masters in Governance courses, participated in the workshop, but then seeing what our agenda was today and getting flooded with emails and phone calls from all of you, I said, oh, I have some more learning to do to make sure that I can appropriately represent your voices here today. And so, you know, the first place I always go is the Murrieta Valley Unified School District website, because there's a ton of great information on that website. So I went on the website, and there's actually a whole page on the website about mental health specialty services. It's in the student support department page, and it goes in great detail about the district mental health specialists and the role that they play in assisting with attendance, performance, behavior, socialization, conduct. Goes into detail about how they help families with personal experiences, drugs, psychological issues, mental health, behavioral issues. They're liaisons for families, for students that are dealing with home and food insecurity. And what really stood out to me was the resources that are listed on our website for each one of the schools are all the people that we're voting to get rid of today. Somebody needs to visit this website because you know what? It's going to be blank after this meeting. That's alarming. It was also very alarming for me to hear that these people on our website that we tout for the services they provide to the community have already been scheduled to come in on Friday. That reeks of collusion and corruption. Has the decision of this board been predisposed? Do we already know how this board is going to vote? How do you know that? That is alarming. I am appalled. At one time, this board, I found this too on the website, Board Policy 5141.52, subsection A. It was adopted by this board May 9th, 1990. It's the suicide prevention policy, and it goes into great detail about how the board at that time felt about supporting students with mental health issues, with suicidal ideation and prevention. Then another board many years later, on August 10th, 2017, revised it and reaffirmed the importance of mental health services for students in Murrieta. The fact that this is on the agenda again today, after it was already decided and defeated not once, but twice in the last meeting, is a cowardly betrayal of Murrieta's most vulnerable children. And that's really sad. You know who would agree with me? Really great article. And I share this with you because when this student killed himself, in the suicide note that he left, he said to his parents, "Tell my story." And so his father has been telling his story since his death in 2019, doing TED Talks. Articles like this, anybody that will listen. This kid killed himself here in Murrieta. And I encourage you to read this article. It was published February 22nd, 2019. Jason Reed, 14 years old. And his father says, what we're doing, what our schools are doing to prevent student or teen suicide is not enough. It's not working, he said. But yet we're going to cut these positions. And not just the 3 that are on the agenda today. Let's be transparent. There's 2 that we don't even get a vote on. So we're talking about the complete elimination of these positions, and we're told that the counselors will pick it up. The counselors are already max capacity. They're already exceeding the student load that is deemed clinically appropriate, but they'll just pick it up. This is appalling, and it reeks of collusion. Thank you.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Hi, good evening. So I would just like to let you know the things that have been going on my end. So as some of my colleagues stated, we attended a board workshop a few weeks ago, and something we've never done, so that was pretty interesting, and all of my colleagues were there as well. I also, just the other day, met with the special education department here at the district and student services, and got to take a peek into what they do and all of the services they provide. And it seems like they're doing a great job, and met some great people. Also, yesterday I visited Murrieta Mesa. So, Caitlin, I did not see you. I wish I would have seen you. So, I got to go visit yesterday with the superintendent and meet the principal and the vice principal. And just in case you didn't know, two of my children went to Mesa, so like, go Rams. I've always been a Rams fan anyway, but I asked them, I said, well, could we go in the gym? Because they asked what I wanted to see, because my daughter, I just have to take a little minute to brag. She was like on the leaderboard there. They have their leaderboards from when she was there, and I wanted to see if she was still there. So the principal took me over there and took my picture, pointing to my daughter still has the record. So I was like, yes, I know it'll be broken eventually, but that was kind of exciting for me, kind of like going back home, so to speak, because I did a lot at that school. I was like, oh, the snack bar, all the things I used to do. But so it was great to see that that school is just still thriving and doing really well. I also, they took me around and I got to see some of the pathways, like the culinary pathway, and I got to go see the kitchen and everything, which was amazing. I got to go meet a teacher from the medical pathway, and the ROTC students. That was amazing. This young lady in there already has her pilot's license, I think. Was that correct, Dr. Andrus? The young lady from ROTC?
Yes.
That has, yeah, she's like a senior and it's done more in her life than I probably ever will. So that was pretty amazing. So I just wanted to say thank you to the principal and vice principal for having me. And I also got to hear about their plans for the future and some of the things that are on the principal and Dr. Andrus said they would like to see go on for our students. So some exciting plans, hopefully down the road, to expand some of the CTE pathways for our students, which is very important. I also, next week, I will be visiting Chevella Middle School, so I'm excited for that. And I'm going to be going to the Student of the Month breakfast, so I'm excited for that. All of these are like firsts. It's like, oh, Christmas again. It's all these neat things that I get to do because probably as Ms. Briggs stated, it's so much fun to be at the sites to see what's going on and see all the dedicated professionals and the students seem happy, like being where they are. And at Mesa, I was just like, wow, there's like no fights, there's no chaos going on at lunch. I was very impressed. I mean, I expected that from our school, but I was still very impressed with that. So I think our administrators and teachers are doing a great job. People are very lucky to have, to be able to attend these schools, I will say. And in closing, I would just like to say good luck to all the juniors who are taking the CASP and the CAST next week. I know you guys will do great. Don't be nervous. You got this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now, I'm sorry. I stole your applause. I feel terrible.
Yeah,
come on. Now, Ms. Young.
Okay. Yeah, I was also at the Vocational Services Luncheon put on by Rotary. I was one of the people who helped organize it. I do think it's a very positive and inspiring event. I do want to congratulate people by name who won. So there was Michael Macalino from the Murrieta Fire and Rescue, Maddie Medina from the Murrieta Police Department, Renee Sayi, I might have said her last name wrong, from Loma Linda, Jocelyn Atkins from Southwest Healthcare, and our very own Michelle McCartney, who leads Project 99. So Project 99, it's a nonprofit aimed at addressing suicide and depression. Since we are definitely on this topic today, it provides resources for families and educators in need. I have participated in their fundraisers. I would like to participate in the next one. She's also instrumental in developing our transitional kindergarten program. And I just want to congratulate everybody who won from every agency. I did go on a tour of our soon-to-be Early Learning Center. The building is absolutely beautiful. I have recently been to the current center in Avaha, and it's night and day. The building is huge, lots of beautiful rooms in the middle. Along the sides, there are classrooms, each of which opens out to its own playground. I totally support, I'm a big believer in well, this isn't really the preschool, but I would have loved to have a place like that to send my kids when they were that age. So I suspect it will develop a waiting list. Anyway, they are going to be moving kids over there soon. I'm not sure, I don't know if they have the exact date, but maybe shortly after spring break. Several people from Murrieta, this was already brought up, went to the State of Education address in Riverside. It's the third time I've been there. I think it's a really important event. It is really good to see what other districts are doing. We can learn from each other. I always enjoy seeing our district get awarded, and it's also just good to be able to talk to people in the different districts, see what people are doing. I did go to Mamma Mia, and it was a lot of fun. They encouraged people to sing and dance in the audience, and they were singing and dancing in the aisles. And who doesn't love ABBA? So it's too late to go today, since you guys are all here. But they are playing tomorrow, and I didn't quite catch if it's on Saturday, but I highly recommend supporting our local productions. And I also just want to add, I appreciate all of the public comments. This situation is very difficult for me personally, because we are talking about taking away vital services for our most vulnerable students. I think this, from what I've seen in other districts, this is part of the general fund. This need existed long before COVID. It still exists. Yes, COVID created needs. I don't deny that. We have a lot of issues that are absolutely not connected to the pandemic. We need these social workers. In Temecula, where I was teaching until about a year ago, we were desperately asking for social workers, and we got them around 2018. There are 2 at each high school. They have them at all the middle schools, and I need to ask about elementary. But I know at the high school level, they are so slammed with people coming in to see them that they are having to use the counselors as gatekeepers. Like, they won't let people go straight to them unless it's an absolute emergency, like somebody wanting to commit suicide. So I do think they are very important. It's a safety issue, where I think we all agree that we want our kids to be safe, both physically and mentally. So, and I hope our board will recognize this. And I'm disappointed that it's come back for the 3rd time. But anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Well, for me, I have been very interested in our meeting February 27th. I want to report out to the public that we did have a meeting in which we could address many of the issues that our district is facing. Some of the things that came up had to do with, and interestingly enough, the curriculum issues around math and physical education. And I thought it was really neat to see the team come together. It's one of the few times as a board that we could sit down and have like a debrief of goals and things that we'd like to accomplish. We were very focused on curriculum. There were topics about, of course, the challenges of enrollment, right? Our enrollment decreases, that decreases our funding, which leads us to some really difficult decisions, which of course we're addressing tonight. It makes it very difficult. I'm a teacher myself. I was at our board meeting last night. As Ms. Young had mentioned, seeing what's happening in other districts, very similar conversations all the way around. There's all kinds of enrollment issues that different districts are facing, and as a result, you have declining enrollment, you have declining funds. One of the things that was uplifting since the last meeting was the opportunity to see what so many of our professionals are doing in like really difficult circumstances. And Buchanan Elementary, I just got to see Mrs. Caskey put together a little garden activity at Buchanan Elementary. It really was excellent. And what struck me is this was the same as going to Murrieta Elementary here in Old Town, in which they put in these planters, and then our staff, besides our teachers, but also the groundskeepers, help make sure to maintain what the kids are putting in so they have access to this and it stays alive and it was thriving space for these young kids to explore. And I thought that was really, really pretty amazing and innovative for the teachers to take that on. Additionally, I went to Thompson Middle School's PE program, which is jaw-dropping, absolutely setting the standard for the state. Mr. Barrett and Mr. Marcus were the primary leads of that, although the teachers were just on point. I've never seen PE run so efficiently, so organized, cold, blustery day, the kids in shorts and PE running, working out, and seeing the kids, even on the break. I didn't realize on a break, these middle school kids are at lunch interacting, and here some of them are showing off their six-pack. These kids are ripped, and I'm just you're in 8th grade. I will just tell you, one advantage Murrieta Valley High then has athletically is those are some fit kids coming in. That's a huge advantage. And healthy bodies, healthy minds, I really, really appreciated just their attention to detail. They really cared about the kids, and the data and the progress that they had made was amazing. I also got to go to Murrieta Valley Open House, and this was kind of fascinating. Listening to academic programs, we all know academic programs. The parents and the 8th graders that came in to see were floored by all the other programs, the extracurriculars. So they're up, virtual enterprise, we had the robotics, we had auto mechanics, the video production, which I know all the sites, a lot of the sites have these things in repeat. All the athletics, and this is what I thought was very uplifting, because I know we talk about COVID gaps, and as a teacher who teaches seniors, I see it. Like, I see in the classroom so many challenges. This social challenges that COVID left us behind. But and I heard this comment, the 8th graders came in with more questions, more enthusiasm, more excitement about joining high school than they had seen in years. And I thought that was such a positive development. So I think there's some hope in that sense. I also got to watch Mr. Nighthawk. My wife was a judge, so I was there and checking this out, and my son had done this in the past, and watching giant boys attempt to dance is pretty hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. So I really like the tradition. The kids seem to have a lot of fun. There was a lot of creativity, and of course, carpool karaoke, I think, is a huge hit. So that was neat. And let me see if I missed anything else. That's basically it for me. I'm just very excited about the progress that we've made on the academic front, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work on that. So moving along, we got item F, the consent calendar. Consent calendar items are voted on collectively as a group. Upon board member request, items may be removed from the consent calendar for discussion and individual action. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, items F1 through F5 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No. Is that what I say? I don't know. Opposed, sorry. If I said the wrong thing, I'm not in favor.
So you do oppose?
Yes, sorry, opposed. That's what I say. I'm so sorry. Opposed.
That's perfectly okay. We've got
I didn't mean
wrenches have been thrown all night. I think we can figure this one out. The motion carries 4-1. Should we have a discussion on that, or not really? No discussion.
The
We
vote
just
is
keep it-
passed.
Okay, vote has passed. G1, approval of personnel report. A call for a motion.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries 5-0. Item G2, and we had public comment for item G2?
I believe so.
Mr. Tim Mesa.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Andrews, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Dear members of the Board, please accept this letter as notice that the California School Employees Association and its Murrieta Valley Chapter 223 intends to open 2025-2026 reopener negotiations under Article 25 of the Collective Bargaining Agreement, and as therefore attached our initial proposal to this correspondence. With decades of collaborative working relationships between the district and CSEA, we are hopeful that this cycle of negotiations will be a continued testament of our shared ability to come to a consensus on key issues facing over 1,200 classified employees in the district. As you know, classified employees are an irreplaceable backbone to the community, which ensures that every student that walks through the halls of our school feels supported, well-fed, and safe. As we open another year's cycle of negotiations, we would like to underscore CSEA's mission statement to improve the lives of our members, students, and community. It is our hope that ensuring our district remains a supportive and competitive place to work, we will unlock the continued success of our community. Excuse me. In accordance with Article 25 of the current July 1st, 2024 through June 30, 2027 collective bargaining agreement, the California School Employees Association and its Murrieta Valley Chapter 223 hereby propose the following articles of the collective bargaining agreement. Article 6, salaries. CSEA proposes to increase the wages and benefits of classified employees to increase recruitment and retention. This proposal shall not be less than the statutory cost of living adjustment. Article 7, bargaining unit member fringe benefits. CSEA proposes to update Article 7 to provide a more comprehensive health and welfare benefits package to employees, classified employees. Article 8, basic workday, week, and year. CSEA proposes to update and amend relative provisions to Article 8 to strengthen work-life balance for classified employees. And Article 10, leaves. CSEA proposes to update provisions to Article 10 to reach parity with certificated employees and increase leave balances for classified employees. CSEA reserves the right to add to, delete from, or modify any proposals until such time a tentative agreement is reached, subject to appropriate notice requirements and under the law and CSEA policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have item G3, public presentation of and opportunity for public comment on Murrieta Valley Unified School District's reopener contract proposal to the California School Employees Association and its Murrieta Valley Chapter 223 for the 2025-26 school year. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Not at this time. Before you proceed, though, just make one quick, I guess I'll have a public comment. I apologize. It's a superintendent comment.
Sure.
Schools would not operate. We could not have school tomorrow without our classified staff. They just would not work. So thank you very much. And to that end, right now, in all of our schools are a handful of custodians that are getting them ready for tomorrow morning. So thank you, and we'll see the next group tomorrow morning early. So thank you so much.
Item G4, adoption of Murrieta Valley Unified School District's reopener contract proposal to the California School Employees Association and its Murrieta Valley Chapter 223 for the 2025-26 school year. I call for a motion.
Second.
I think we need.
Who is first?
Who's first? How about a first?
Oh, I moved. I moved.
Move. Second.
I'm sorry. I'm messing.
All in favor?
Sorry.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Item G5, adoption of resolution number 24-25-20 to eliminate or reduce the number of certificated management employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of service. I call on Dr. Andrews.
So before we jump into what will probably be a debate or discussion, I just want to provide some information to the community about how we got to this point and also kind of recap the process. And so there's a couple of points I need to make about all of these different items because I think they're pretty important for the community to understand about how we feel about these positions and the fiscal position that we're in as well and how all this comes together. First of all, it's not a decision that's made lightly. It's not something that we thought about, hey, we want to pick on a certain class of employee or a certain type of student or anything else like that. We recognize what our mission is, and it starts with actually educating kids and keeping them, actually, to Mrs. Lucky's point, it's to keep them safe first, educate them. But we also recognize sometimes students have things going on and they need some help so they can focus on learning. And so we do recognize that there is a need to support our students' well-being. In some cases, it's more than just well-being. It's like serious mental health concerns that are beyond just how am I feeling today, but there's other things that weigh on them. We recognize that. When I started in the education profession, and probably with most of us were in the room when we started, social emotional learning was not a topic taught in schools. It wasn't part of the task of education in the United States. It's become that. It's become part of an expectation of the community that we also, in addition to educating our kids, keep them safe, one, educate them, and then take care of their well-being. And so that's a new burden that's come to us, and school districts all across the country are trying to figure out how do we handle that new task. Classroom teachers are doing the same thing with the students in their classrooms. And all of us, when it gets kind of beyond that classroom level of what a teacher can do, we need help. We don't disagree with that. So this decision, and I want to kind of, I'm going to touch on a process point and then get back to something else. When this was first introduced last month, this is something that my staff and I have been considering. Where do we make reductions because of the decrease in enrollment is one part of the discussion. Number two, the fund that originally funded these positions has been exhausted. We funded these positions before I arrived in the district through federal COVID relief money. And that's where this district, unlike, as Mrs. Young pointed out, other districts did it differently. In our district in Murrieta, those funds originated with the federal COVID relief money, which has since expired, or it's all been used up. So we've exhausted that fund. And so that's kind of how we got to the point. It's like, where can we as a district, and if you stick around past this item and you stick around for the second interim report, you'll see where our deficit spending is taking us in this district. And unless we make some course corrections, we will continue on that path. And we're striving to do that in the least impactful ways. And you may not think like, but this is a big deal, and I get it, it's a big deal. We don't take this lightly. It's not like I don't know faces and names of kids. I know about every story of these major incidents that occur with families. And so does my staff. They know all the other ones in between. And so it's not that we take it lightly. But part of the responsibility of a school district is to also balance all these needs with the resources that we have, which includes people and the financing to pay for people to provide those services. So we don't take it lightly. It's a very serious decision, and those funds have been exhausted. A couple of
Point
points
of inquiry.
Can I finish my statement, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Part of the rationale for this was we do have an ongoing commitment to serve students to the greatest capacity that we have. In other parts of our budget, according to the formulas we have for staffing, and this is going to go counter what some people have said, but we actually are overstaffed at a couple of schools with an additional counselor and or administrator based on the size of the school. We did not bring those positions to be reduced. We did not bring those. We took just one little part of that group of employees that were available to do. That takes board action to reduce these positions. However, the board, I want to do, Mrs. Munoz, you brought up a part about you thought that the decision was made because meetings have been scheduled. Let me clarify so everyone understands and has that there's not conjecture. In California, we are required by March 15th to notify employees if there's a reduction in force or a change of assignment. The meetings that are scheduled tomorrow for those employees, the message will be contingent on the vote of the board, either way. But it's not like, because we don't decide this one, but for some of these positions, it's the will of the board. So the outcome of this meeting will then determine what is communicated that night. Lastly, I want to share the specifics of what information that was provided that became, and again, this is something that I know that Mrs. Munoz, you'll find fault with or debate, but I'm simply going to inform that the decision when this request came to me to have this renewed or brought back for an additional reconsideration, we took into account past practices of this board in 2024 and how those items had come back before for different reasons and rationale. That was part of that thought process. I conferred with our attorney on the ability to do this before the agenda was published and made sure that we were in appropriate standing to do that. And then the specifics of the new information that was provided. And as I started in the first part of this meeting, I had explained that yes, in closed session, we had discussed part of our plan to how do we provide services. In the specific meeting, we shared a document with Mrs. Briggs because she asked very specific questions to us, and that document was later shared with all trustees. So I just want to go over some elements of that, and then I'll conclude my statement. At every elementary school in this district, we have a school counselor. All 11 elementary schools have their own school counselor. This year, we added, out of a specific fund, a behavior support aid. They have a longer title, but those are classified employees. Again, thank you, classified staff. They're doing some amazing work. We have some data on the work that they have done already this year to reduce the number of referrals towards special education because they've been able to kind of learn behaviors that will help them be successful in school and they don't become a learning disability of some kind. And it's made a significant difference there. So those are 22 employees at our elementary schools providing early intervention around well-being at school, if they're struggling with behavior, if they need help with something larger than simply as just well-being or how to get along, how to behave. There's 22 additional people at our 11 elementary schools to provide that support. Every middle and high school, every middle school has a minimum of 2 counselors, a minimum of 2 counselors. Two of them have 3, one has 4, based on the size of those schools. Every high school has a minimum of 5 counselors. And yes, so I heard the part about ratio. That would be an awesome ratio if we could afford that. That would be terrific. I don't know where that exists in California. I know where it exists in other states, but it doesn't exist in California. But it is an ideal ratio of that many counselors. But we do have 7 at Vista, as was mentioned. Thank you for reminding me of that. In this plan, even with the reduction, this is not an elimination of service. Remind you, because I've heard some people say it, you are eliminating the service. We are not. We are reducing the number of positions down to 3 so that each high school will retain at least 1 mental health, social health worker. Where we are overstaffed at a few school sites with some additional counseling time, those will be shifted around to continue to provide enhanced services over what they currently have, recognizing that with these lesser number of positions, there will be a reduction in service. I understand that. This is a very hard decision excuse me, quiet please. This is a very difficult decision that a school district and the board in essence is reacting to what myself and the staff have put before them. So it's not part of my job as superintendent is to deal with these very difficult decisions. If our enrollment in this community continues on a negative or a downsloping trajectory, this is not the first time we'll have this conversation. And in most districts, actually in almost all of California, except ones experiencing serious enrollment decline, no one in the state has dealt with declining budgets in over a decade. So this is new territory for many people, unless you've been in the business in California in administration as long as I have. This is uncommon. But this is where we are. And this is how we got to this point. I hope that helps to clarify some of the information that's been presented. And this concludes my introduction to this topic, Mr. Pardue.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to warn the audience, please, let us get through this without any outburst. I'd like to open discussion. Any board member would like to speak on the issue?
Well, there hasn't even been a motion to consider it yet, but I'd like to start with the motion to object the consideration of the question. You went straight into discussion. It hasn't even been moved yet.
Thank you for correcting me.
So motion to object the consideration of this question as this topic has been defeated twice. And the families and the staff that relied on the decision we made last month would be harmed by reversal of that decision. As Dr. Anders just said, there was a deadline of this Friday to notify those families. When we made that decision last month, many of them took actions and made decisions about their lives in reliance on our decision. And now we're going to upend their lives. Not just the employees, but the families who rely on the services that these employees provide. I object to the consideration of this question. There has been no new information offered. That is a false statement.
Do we have a second?
I second. Second, am I seconding the motion?
Are you second? Because the motion is to object.
I second it.
To
if she's
object.
not. Okay.
Oh, so sorry. No, I apologize. I thought we were moving on with the motion.
I'm seconding it.
Seconding to the objection. Is that correct?
Seconding the objection of this motion. So now to a vote.
Yeah, that was not new information. We all had that information.
So what are we voting on right now?
Okay, right now we are voting to eliminate this motion.
We're voting to, object and not proceed with what's on the published agenda.
Ms. Young?
So I'm voting to eliminate this, yes.
Yes, okay.
Mr. Pardue, no.
No.
Ms. Schmidt?
No.
Ms. Munoz?
Yes.
Motion fails 3-2.
I motion for the suspension of rule, Board Policy 9005, subsection A.
What is that you're asking be suspended? It's a bylaw, 9005?
That's the rule that says that decisions that are made by this body are the collective decision of this body that we all have to uphold as though it was our decision. And then it further goes into what happens when a member of the public is alleging a Brown Act violation. Because the actions that this board are taking today, in my mind, are questionable, I do not want to be associated with them at all. So I move for suspension of that policy because I do not want my voice or the voice of my constituents to be mixed in with corruption.
I don't understand what which Brown Act has been violated. I apologize.
That's for an investigation and attorneys to decide.
Well,
I just don't want to be involved in it.
Are you alleging that there was a Brown Act violation?
I'm not. I just don't want to be involved in it. This smells funny.
sorry to interrupt you. Are you asking to suspend the bylaw, or are you asking to abstain from the vote?
I'll do both.
Okay.
At this moment, I'm asking for a suspension of the rule.
But what will that impact be? You're saying that the 9005 calls for votes to represent the collective concurrence of the board?
Right.
And if that is suspended, you're saying that it's that you won't follow it even if there's a majority vote?
Right.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I don't want to be associated with this either.
That's an interesting question, board members. I really think it's out of order to call for the suspension of a bylaw as far as a particular vote. It could be that you disagree with the majority vote or the outcome of it, but it seems unnecessary to suspend a bylaw before you can vote.
It may seem unnecessary, but it's appropriate under Robert's Rules of Order. I'm permitted to do it.
How are you permitted to do it?
I can do the motion and they can all decide that they disagree with me and force it. They can force my hand and say, no, we don't want to suspend the rule. That's the way it's supposed to play out, right?
They certainly can, if that's the motion you want to make and you want to hear the motion, President Pardue, then there can be, you seconded it? You seconded it?
I did.
So there can be a vote on that motion. But the thing that's missing though is there's a motion actually to approve the resolution, and that needs to be addressed as well. So
If this motion fails, then you go back to the main motion.
understood.
That's how it works.
Yep. So this motion, there's a second. I think if there's any more discussion, allow it, and then call for a vote.
Is there any more discussions from the meeting?
Just real quick, Mrs. Munoz, could you repeat the board bylaw you were referencing?
9005, subsection A.
Thank you. So there is a motion and a second to suspend board bylaw 9005A.
So is it a vote now?
Mr. Pardue would call for a vote, and I would recommend a roll call vote.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Pardue is no.
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 And Mrs. Munoz?
Yes.
Motion fails, 3-2. I call for a motion for the adoption of resolution number 242520.
So moved. Actually, I make the motion, right? I have to make the motion. I make the motion.
Oh, my bad.
Second.
All nodding yes.
You got it. Okay. So any discussion?
Well, I'd like to make a comment, President Pardue. I want to make it very clear the fact that it was alluded that I violated potentially a Brown Act, or members of this board violated a Brown Act, is completely unsubstantiated. I spent time with our district staff at my request. They met with me at my request to clarify information, because I don't take this lightly. I don't take this lightly at all. For those of you who don't know and may not know, it's probably because Ms. Munoz here does not know. I utilized those services as a child. I was there. I had need of the service. So my questions to the district staff were: is the need still is the need for the services provided still there? And the answer was yes. My concern, which is why I went back to revisit it, is because I wanted to know, is there, if we do this, when we do this, is there still the services being provided and the kids not left out? The district staff has run the data. It's extremely data driven. And I apologize. I'm not gonna, I just want you to know I didn't make it lightly, and I still don't make it lightly, and to even insinuate that, it's a little hurtful. It's just a little bit hurtful. Because I don't take it lightly, and I value lives, period. Kids' lives, adults' lives, and I understand the impact that this is gonna have. I understand it. And I'm not saying I like it, or I'm not like totally hoorah, let's celebrate. That's terrible for people to think that. Terrible. I am here to do what's in the best interest of the overall picture of the district. That's what I'm endeavoring to do, and I just wanted to say that there was no collusion. They met at my request, was when the district staff met with me.
Even in the language that Mr. Anders used right now, it presupposed a decision had been made. He talked about this decision that we're making today, this thing that we're doing today. All of the language that has been used today has been about a decision that has already been made. But the reality is a decision was already made, and it was that the community wasn't behind this. The decision that was made was that this was defeated twice. But for some reason, the language that has been offered today by the administration has predisposed an alternative decision. How did they reach that conclusion? That's alarming to me. In advance of the last board meeting, where we considered this twice, there wasn't meetings scheduled with the impacted staff waiting for the determination of the outcome of our decision. You had a whole month to meet with them. Was it always the intention to usurp the decision of this board and to bring it back? Or why didn't you meet with them 3 weeks ago?
One of the things I want to bring up, because you continue to say something that I find really interesting, that we voted on this twice.
We did.
There's a couple of things you also need to know, is that on some cases, we're perfectly okay to revisit something when there's a vote made. So we've made our decision and we made our choice as a board and as board members. And yes, we do represent the community, but it is not a decision made by the community. It is a decision made by board members, and board members have every right to reconsider what they had done given more information. That is not a decision for the people who are satisfied with their decision that they've made, and that's why it's brought forward again. And so the board member in question is Mrs. Briggs. She did what she thought necessary in light of the discussions that took place and the vote, and wanted more information. And here it's brought back on the agenda. There is nothing unethical about bringing it up. It is completely within the norms of running a school board.
It actually
and what
isn't.
I think, well, I'd like to finish one more thing. What I think is a little disingenuous as you discuss this, I'm fairly sure the two of you have some personal connections with some of the people who are being removed, and you probably should have abstained from the vote to begin with.
That is absolutely false. That is absolutely false. I don't know a single person. Why? How dare you say something like that?
I would believe you probably don't know a single person, but
Then
it is
why would you
possible.
make an accusation like that?
Because
Shame
this is
right.
yes.
there's-
No, you've
you
made plenty of
just made a
accusations.
false
You've made plenty of
accusation.
accusations, and if you have personal connections with people involved,
I demand that the members of this board conduct themselves in a manner that is becoming of the positions that we hold.
I agree. I
We
wish
can
you would.
have a decorum without putting each other down and being disrespectful. This is the third meeting I have sat in with you, Mr. Pardue, where you have talked down to me, where you have been disrespectful, and that you have moved to the place of marginalizing me. We can have a conversation without getting personal.
You have filibustered closed session, and you filibustered now 2 board meetings.
You just don't like it when women ask questions.
Yeah,
you
you
just
do
want me to
this.
be quiet and dissent, and that is not going to happen.
Mr. Pardue, I recommend that you might just consider moving to the vote.
Yeah. All right,
This
just a
sets a dangerous precedent that the decisions of the board are not final. There has been no new information offered. Just because Ms. Briggs didn't understand, listen, or receive the information that was presented at the last meeting doesn't raise it to the level of new information. This is a violation of the rules, this is inappropriate, and this is setting a dangerous precedent. But if this is where we're going, let's bring back everything.
Mrs. Munoz, you continue to filibuster and demean other board members like Mrs. Briggs seems to be okay in your book. I suggest you don't have double
I'm a
standards
fan
in
of
this.
Mrs. Briggs.
I just
I'm
want
a
to know,
fan.
Yvonne, I just want to know, here, our attorneys here, is there anything that shows any impropriety in what we've just done?
What I am prepared to say is that there is the right under parliamentary procedure to bring what's called a motion to renew.
Okay.
The points that Mrs. Trustee Munoz is making about facts or other things, I'm not privy to that, nor would I opine in public open session as to the propriety. But whether from a parliamentary procedure perspective, there is the right to do it, it does exist. As the president of the board said, this is true. It has happened before in this district with the board, where there was something that was voted down, the motion failed for based on information that was presented or learned after the fact, the motion came back. So I'm only going to comment from the parliamentary procedure perspective, not on the merits of what Ms. Munoz is raising.
But according to Robert's rules, there's supposed to be new information, significant new information to bring something back. There is no new information here because the things that she found out, we already knew because we were told.
Well, we were told, Nancy, but I apologize. I'm working on Trustee Munoz. The thing that was brought up was the actual document that showed the plan. So that was my thing. I wanted to know, Are the kids going to still be cared for if there was a need? That was my biggest concern, bringing it to the table. They actually had a document which that got emailed to us after that meeting that I had, because I wanted to see it. So maybe it's because I am a visual learner and I have to see it, but having only sitting in a meeting for 10 minutes to hear them, I was satisfied at that meeting where I sat with them for an hour, and I sat with the finance department for an hour knowing that they are asking these cuts, these positions, right? Not these, but the money, that they're making good fiscal decisions, Nancy. That's all. That there wasn't, I'm not saying, so maybe it was because I needed that clarification or that piece of information, but it was enough for me to ask the questions because I do care. I do care about our kids and I do care about our community.
But the time to do that is before the meeting?
Correct.
This situation,
Because
let
Nancy,
me finish a sentence. This situation opens the door to bullying, forcing other trustees to fall in line when they don't make the right decision.
Are you saying that I was bullied? Do I look like the type of person that could potentially have that done? I don't think so. If you don't know me or my character, that is not something that even aligns with how I can respond or my character. So I apologize that you see it that way. It's an incorrect assumption that I can be bullied into a decision that I have to own.
In general, I don't know
Nancy,
if you were or you weren't, but you didn't fall in line with the other two, so yeah.
And that's because I'm my own person.
I would hope so. I was very proud of you at the last meeting.
So listen, I am making this decision not because I've been influenced by anybody. I literally talked at I went to the Student of the Month breakfast and we had a conversation as we were walking in these, and I thought of these things on my own. I didn't get a phone call to say, hey, you need to go back and revisit this. That is a terrible thing to think that somebody could be moved like that. And I am certainly not that person.
Well, that's the reason for Robert's rules. And I'm not talking about you, I'm talking in general. But when, you're somewhat aligned and it's expected that the three of you fall in line, and that's the reason in general we have
I don't know where
Robert's
that
rules.
expectation's coming from, that the three of us
There
would fall
was
in
no new
line.
information.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you.
It was already available, and if you needed it, you should have done it before the meeting, not after.
So,
All right, we're going to end discussion.
Thank you.
We're going in circles.
Well, actually, Mr. Pardue, the way to end discussion from Robert's rules is to call the question. You can call the question, and if you have 3 votes in favor, then discussion ends, just to do it properly.
I appreciate that, and I think you're highlighting something that's really important. This is a relatively new board. We have lots of new board members, and even Ms. Young and I have only been on the board for 2 years. So this is not like you're dealing with seasoned veterans, so mistakes can be made. And I think we should show a little bit of grace to our board members. So the term is call to motion?
Call the question.
Call the question.
That will end discussion if you have three votes in support of that.
All right, I'd like to call the question. Ms. Young?
No.
Mr. Pardue, yes. Mrs. Briggs?
yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Munoz?
No.
Motion carries. Now I call for a vote. We had a motion and a second. Ms. Young?
No.
Mr. Pardue is a yes. Mrs. Briggs?
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Munoz?
I abstain.
Motion carries 4-0.
I think it's 3.
Oh, I'm sorry,
3-1 and 1.
3-1 and 1. Yep. Sorry. Item G6, approval of revised job description, extended day lead, student enrichment, extended day seed worker 3. Call for a motion.
I move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Item G7, approval of new job description, transitional kindergarten instructional assistant 1 and transitional kindergarten instruction assistant 2. Calls for a motion.
So moved.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Item G8, information regarding the adoption of elementary English language arts curriculum. I call on Mr. Parla.
Good evening, Board. I'm here with our elementary team and some select teachers who were part of the pilot process for our benchmark advance recommendation that we'll be presenting this evening for kindergarten and first grade. So I have Danielle Hagel, who's a first grade teacher at Alta Murrieta, Starlyn Licker, who's a kindergarten teacher at Ehel Curran, Michelle McCarthy, who's a TK through first grade TOSA, Denise Stearns, a fourth and fifth grade TOSA, and Veronica Petchers, a second and third grade TOSA.
And this is the Michelle McCarthy.
This is the Michelle McCarthy.
Okay, who we recognize from the Rotary.
She won the vocational award for the Rotary.
Hopefully I live up to my reputation today. It is almost my bedtime, so we'll see. I have the privilege of coming up here and talking to you about why we really do need this adoption for our kinder and first grade students. We adopted McGraw-Hill Wonders in 2017, and despite the fact that we didn't want this to happen, we had a split adoption. So we have K1 for Wonders, K1 has Wonders, and second to fifth has Benchmark. And at this time, I was the sole language arts coach for the entire district, TK to fifth grade. So I had the opportunity to train for both programs over the last few years. Split adoptions are very difficult, and so we were able to extend our benchmark in 2024 to a more structured literacy science of reading program that also builds a lot of background knowledge for our students, which we know is what our students need. Our Wonders adoption ends this year, and we really, really need a program that is more cohesive and that will give our students the background knowledge and the vocabulary they need to continue on and become strong readers and writers.
Good evening. So as you can see here, there is the benchmark vertical progression. So the benchmark curriculum contains knowledge-based units spanning from kindergarten to fifth grade. Previously, only second through fifth grade was able to have this continuum, but now including kindergarten and first, we're able to span the continuum from kindergarten all the way to fifth grade. So with that, they're being given real-world content in literary topics, science, and social studies. So they have units that are centered around character, the community, and they're able to get that same continuum from the kindergarten all the way to fifth grade, which again, like Michelle had said, aligns with the idea that the students are getting this knowledge throughout, and they're also expanding on their vocabulary along with the engaging texts.
So a part of this curriculum, like Denise had said, is the knowledge building curriculum, which is great for our students. It's what they need, like Michelle said, for them to build their knowledge. If you're looking up at the slide, these are some of the materials that our teachers would be receiving. So they're going to be getting big books that correlate with this theme and essential question. The student texts are all around the same theme so that students are reading, teachers are reading all around this exact same theme over a course of a few weeks. Their vocabulary will be focused on those themes, and all of the material that the students will be reading on are going to be about these particular subjects so that it can deepen students' background knowledge, they can really increase their vocabulary, and everything is going to be wrapped around the exact same essential question. Like Michelle said, we had a continuum for second through fifth grade. This is going to be a continuum for kindergarten all the way through fifth grade, which is wonderful because when a subject comes up in first grade, and a student is learning about community helpers, that same subject is going to come up when they're in second grade and then again in fourth grade. So each year they're building on this vocabulary over the course of their entire educational career, which is just going to deepen that background knowledge and ensure that our students are leaving our elementary with a robust amount of knowledge of these different subjects.
So in the classroom, I teach first grade currently, and we
we focus our entire unit, we live in this unit for several weeks, and we're encouraging our students to really go deep. And right now, where the texts that we have to offer our students, we can't get that deep with it. And we're really pulling from many different areas to get that same, if you will, same vocabulary depth. And so right now, through Benchmark, they offer both nonfiction and fiction within a unit. So you might be learning about butterflies and the actual life cycle of a butterfly or the cycle of a frog, but then you're also going to read a fictional story about a butterfly. And we are focused on that vocabulary in all of our texts. The students get an actual tangible, consumable reader where they get to sit in front of the text. They're circling words. They're looking at real nonfiction or real photographs of these animals or whatever the content may be. They're real photographs. And that's just helping our students focus on that vocabulary. It's a really rich context where they can develop and deepen their understanding, their knowledge and vocabulary. It's just a powerful experience when that student can have that text in front of them right there and the learning that occurs. And as the people who went before me, there's that essential question. So there's this pathway, right? And that essential question drives our instruction for the whole unit. And that essential question is so helpful because we can even pull from TWIG, our science curriculum, and pull from all of these amazing resources, and it still is in alignment with our Benchmark unit. And it's a wonderful resource. And as a teacher, there's so many things that I love about it. But one of the other things on the screen is on number 3, it says, it's like a blueprint. And this is where students are like writing in the vocabulary words. There is so many wonderful resources that are built into Benchmark. It's a truly wonderful experience for the students.
Hello, I'm Starlyn Licker. I teach kindergarten at Yale Curran, as you mentioned. And when we first were found out that we were looking to adopt Benchmark materials back in fall at a training, and I was really excited because in the past I taught 3rd grade for 4 years, so I had the privilege of working with Benchmark during those 4 years with the curriculum. And one thing that I've missed not having Benchmark in kindergarten is the access to rigorous text for the students. As you can imagine, at kindergarten reading level, they are just learning to read. So everything is like decodable. It's high frequency words and words that they can sound out. And one thing that I really liked when we got access to the sample books and when I looked in them is there are 2 types of texts in the Benchmark books. There are I-read texts, which are the ones that students are able to read using the knowledge that they have at kindergarten level, but there's also we read texts, and those are the more rigorous texts that are a little bit above their reading level, but that allow us to work together and support them in accessing this, and it opened up opportunities for them to be reading content-based texts. And expose them to that vocabulary and increased content knowledge and build more background information. I think that's really key with the alignment that they talked about, having that little bit of content knowledge they can bring. And I even shared one of the texts with my students. I was looking through the animal unit and I was like, oh, this looks fun because we're about to start our animal unit. And it was a very developmentally appropriate text. It was in a nursery rhyme form. About animals. It was nonfiction, but it was rhyming. We read it together. We kind of sang it together, and it had a lot of good vocabulary in there. And then we went to go into our animal unit and talk about what do you already know about living things and non-living things. And students were already pulling from some of what we kind of sang about in the song and pulling that vocabulary. And it was cool because regardless of their access or knowledge about any of these topics outside of school, if they get that content and then each year they can build on it, now they have something to pull from, and that gives them more, it makes them more engaged in the text, but it also gives them a little more confidence that they have some information going into it. And it also frees up some of their working memory and instead of every time they approach a text, it's something all completely new, they have some background to build off of, and they can use more of their working memory towards accessing the reading skills of annotating, learning how to annotate, learning how to break down vocabulary, learning how to all those comprehension skills and strategies that we can now start in kindergarten and build with them and give them that extra support and structure. And I've also talked with teachers, like my old team and stuff in 3rd grade and older upper grade teachers that have seen the new update with Benchmark that Michelle was talking about, and they love it. It's fantastic, and they said it's really addressed like any concerns that like any little things that we might not have loved previously, and I think that really speaks to Benchmark and that they are listening to teachers' feedback, and they're keeping up with like what is shown to be like the best thing for students. They're aligning with letters and science reading, making sure that we are keeping up with what is the most impactful way to teach students in that aspect.
So to piggyback off that, Benchmark is standards aligned. So one of the things that we're considering when we were looking at this curriculum is how wonderful it is, and it is just a wonderful resource to have that vocabulary and really deepen our students' understanding. And one of the, in my opinion, the best thing about it is that every teacher, if you walk onto an elementary school campus, there are many teachers in different fashions, right? So you have a 1st grade teacher, a kindergarten teacher, but you also have like an intervention teacher and maybe an essentials teacher, and I mean, I'm probably missing some. Oh, in combo teachers teaching 2 grades. There's so many different types of teachers, but what's great about Benchmark is that it will be a common language or like a commonality that we all can share. So I currently have been working with my essentials teacher because we are sharing a student, and they're part with me, part not with me. And what a resource to have to be like, okay, yeah, we're on this unit, we're in this page. Vocabulary, that student is benefiting from the double vocabulary. Now, it's not seamless yet because we're both, right? We're not in it yet. But it would be just to think about how fantastic this could be for all of the teachers on one campus, just sharing such a commonality, and also it benefits those combo teachers. If we're talking about one teacher teaching 2 grades, having that essential question, and I think we talked about that vertical alignment where 2nd grade and 1st grade are both talking about a life, not sure the total titles, but it's all talking about animal habitats or life cycles or something like that. What a wonderful way to make sure that your 2nd graders and your 1st graders, or your kindergarteners and your 1st graders, are all learning about the same things in that deep vocabulary, and that knowledge is being built despite what situation you are, whether you're essentials teacher or a 1st combo teacher, whatever it may be. So it's just fantastic. Also, the ELD resources are fantastic. I'm gonna get into that in a little bit, but I just wanted to let you know that's one of the things we considered as well when we were looking at this curriculum. And one of my favorite things as a mom, I love hearing what my daughter's doing at school. Like, please tell me everything. And well, she's in preschool, by the way. So I'm like, she's not here, TK next year. But so I love learning like what she's learning. And Benchmark provides that for us. And it connects us to our families. And Starlyn is gonna tell you what that looks like from the parent side.
Awesome.
So another thing that I love about Benchmark when I was looking through these sample texts that we got to look at is this take-home activity calendar. And I think it's an amazing way to have that home and school connection. And one thing like with kinder and 1st graders, like they're like 5, 6, 7 years old. After they get home from school, like it's been a long day of focusing and trying to find ways to help them like reinforce their learning without like adding a lot to their brain load for the day. It's hard, and parents are often asking us like, what can I do to help support my kid? And so it's like, what can we help give them, like the resources, the tools we can give them without like overbearing the student at the end of the day. And I think these are really powerful because it not only will share with the parents like this is exactly what we're learning, but it gives them specific topics of conversation. So instead of like asking their kid like, oh, how was your day? Good. What'd you learn? Nothing. Or I learned, it gives them specific things like, oh, I saw that you learned about Plants and animals, or you learned about this. Tell me more. What did you learn about this? It allows them to have more specific conversations, which will help pull more language and communication from their students. And when students are recalling that information, especially at this age group of kinder and first, like just recalling that information and using that language is a really powerful tool to reinforce their learning, to reinforce the vocabulary that they've learned, to reinforce their comprehension skills. Like that recall is so important, and so it gives them, the parents, the opportunity to help reinforce their learning and also hear what they're excited about while having those specific points to bring up and to pull on. And I also love it because it gives the students choice, like on what they want to do, or gives the parents choice. Like there's a lot of options, and all of the options are really like light and fun things. Where they are like getting to share their learning with their parents in a way that's going to reinforce their learning, but that isn't like stressful or a lot at the end of a long learning day. And back to Danielle for more awesome stuff.
So the ELD support for our English learners, it's essential, and Benchmark does a wonderful job at providing resources. And like currently, when I pull my ELD groups, I'm making a lot. I'm spending a lot of my prep time outside of school, like creating vocabulary cards and making sure it all aligns. And ultimately, this support that it is provided, there's so many wonderful resources, but I'm gonna outline a few. First things first, anything that's unique to our story that we're reading, whether it's a whole group thing or a small, whatever it may be, those unique words or things that stand out, those are vocabulary words that will be outlined and focused on from the curriculum. So I'm not spending extra time thinking about it. It's just a resource for me right away. I have vocabulary outlined for me, and that's huge because we're trying to develop our language learners' vocabulary. And to focus as a teacher, when I pull an ELD group, my job is to front load, meaning I spend time giving them like a heads up about what we're going to learn, and Benchmark makes it easy for me as a teacher to front load that vocabulary. And when you see a student who's learning English, whatever level they're at, when all of a sudden you front loaded that and now you're in a whole group lesson and you're talking now about this vocabulary word like astronaut or spark, those vocabulary words, now all of a sudden that EL is the leader of the conversation because they have that background knowledge. And that is how ELD groups, that designated time that by law we're supposed to be giving, that is a proper ELD group. That's a wonderful way that they're thriving. That's how it should be. And it is a great resource. Like there's even more where you can, like if your student is speaking Mandarin, you can, the word is spark, it's giving you that direct correlation, that direct translation, and all the words underneath, this is all through Benchmark. It says like traveler, diamond, world, all of these, and they could be directly translated on the spot within Benchmark. There's so many wonderful resources, but even the parent letters that Star Lynn was sharing, those can be translated to many home languages as well. And ultimately, I can't emphasize enough that the vocabulary development for all the learners, right? But specifically those English learners is absolutely, it's a beautiful thing through Benchmark. They've done it really well, and there's so many resources.
I'm raising my hand like I'm in a classroom. I just have a question for you, and I'm sure, please forgive me if this is like ignorant because I'm not from the education background. What were we doing before? Like if, so I could see where teachers, because what I've heard just that teachers, because of some existing curriculum, have had to supplement, like you were saying, make your own cards, print your own this, but this looks like you just kind of cut and tear and it's prepared to give. What did we send home before for these English learners? Was it wasn't anything like this probably, I'm just curious.
In the current curriculum, there's not parent letters that can be like, that are in multiple languages, and there is no, like right now, for background, I am also, this is my first year in Murrieta School District. I previously taught 10 years in San Marcos Unified, so I don't know the whole backstory. I'm just, in San Marcos, I did use Benchmark for that 10 years, but sorry, I didn't see you stepping up, please.
No, you're doing a great job.
Because I think it's fabulous. I'm just curious what we're using now.
Yes, our current program, Wonders, does have consumable text for all of that front-loading work. I will say there's not as many resources. You know, all companies and programs get better over time based on teacher feedback. So this is, you know, a much more updated program. So, yeah, and there's also in the ELD supports now, because of the push for science of reading, there's foundational skills built into the ELD program that currently is not.
I can just add, Eleanor, because when we moved here in 2017, both of my kids were ELD students. And, you know, my son Aiden graduated English proficient. My son Cisco's now English proficient. And I think it's because of the school district.
So to kind of wrap up a little bit what we talked about with Benchmark, finally, after seeing the materials and having a little bit of an overview of what Benchmark can offer for kinder and first for the teachers, we were able to look through sample texts and ask questions and kind of dive into it a little bit. And then we had a vote on if we felt like it would be beneficial to adopt Benchmark in place of the Wonders that we have that is expiring. So if we would rather renew Wonders or replace with Benchmark. And 77% of teachers voted to adopt Benchmark. And I think that is huge because just starting any new curriculum, it can be a lot. It's a big change. And so the fact that 77% of teachers were like, I can see how impactful this is, and I can see that even though it might be a lot learning a new curriculum, it's worth it, and that it will be a great change for students. And I think some of where teachers' hesitation might be is that it is a change, and it does take work. If they've been teaching with Wonders for a while, they've gotten used to it, and it's any time that there's a change or something different, it's going to take a little bit of work. It's going to take some retraining, some relearning, and that can be hard. But one thing I've learned this year, at the beginning of the year, we adopted 95 phonics for our phonemic awareness. And at first we were all like a little hesitant, like, okay, we had a way that we were teaching these things, and now it's a big change and we had to get used to it. And we're like seeing such huge impacts on our students on how beneficial it is when we're using this 95 phonics, like in the things that my students can do now that they couldn't do at this time of year last year. We're really seeing like the impact that it's having and how beneficial it is. And so I think it's one of the times where we have to have like courage over comfort. We have to have the courage to take a step that might be a lot, but that is going to be worth it and empowering and impactful for students, versus sticking with what is comfortable for us if it's not doing what is best for students in their learning and opportunities.
Thank you. Could I ask a few questions? Yes. Is that okay? First of all, I just want to thank you, Mr. Parla, for having the teachers come in and describe it, because a lot of times it's, Go ahead.
That if
yeah.
we could just recognize how difficult it is.
It is, so thank you. Yes, and that you were here till 8 o'clock, and you have to get up in the morning with kindergarten. Oh my goodness. So thank you for having the teachers present, because I don't know, in the past, just what I've seen, not here, but it's mostly the district person presenting, so I appreciate that it's the actual teachers. So I just had a few questions. My district does Wonders too, and I think, wow, that you guys had a split curriculum. That would be so hard. So I'm happy to see that like it'll all be aligned. So I had a few questions. You talked about, does it tie into TWIG, the science, because we have TWIG as well? Is it, there's just like a few lessons, or you find like there's quite a few carryovers, like concepts with TWIG and that? Yeah, thank you.
There is a clear, within Benchmark, they do provide a clear pathway connection for them, but also you can also see the connection with the essential question and find that within TWIG lessons, and they do overlap nicely so that you can have those hands-on activities along with the reading that is engaging for them. So it has that knowledge building across.
Yeah, so there's quite a few opportunities.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's in a perfect world be all the time, but yeah, so so that is great to hear, because that will help teachers do the science part, because that's the part we don't do, because when do we have time? So also, does it include like the books for the read alouds that the teacher does just for, or the text for read alouds? And if you don't know the answers, it's totally okay. I'm just asking
Yes, it
questions.
includes the books for the read alouds.
Okay, so
and
it
like
does.
they talked about, there's fiction and nonfiction stories, so the students are getting both types of text.
Is one is heavier than the other, nonfiction versus fiction?
No, it's pretty
balanced?
50-50, yeah.
Okay.
It just depends on the unit, because if it's more like characters, right? They have a theme that goes across. It's on characters. It might be a little heavier on the nonfiction, I mean, the fiction side, the literacy side. But when you have something that's more of a science or a social studies, it'll be a little bit heavier on that. But the balance of the whole program across the whole thing is pretty much 50-50 for K-1.
Okay, that's great to hear. So if you guys have questions too, I just have my list, so if you need to, sorry. So for your phonics part, are you still gonna use the 95% for phonics, and then this will be?
Yeah, so our 95 core phonics is a supplemental program. Our core adoption does include a phonics program, but what we were seeing, our data was showing us after, especially after COVID, students, it was difficult to teach direct explicit phonics instruction with the mask. Or doing it, virtual. So we really, right now, are in need of a systematic and explicit phonics program that truly, within that 20 to 30 minutes phonics block, it's focused on that. And then what we're really hoping to utilize Benchmark for, and Benchmark has a completely different philosophy in how it's built when compared to Wonders. It's a knowledge building curriculum. So the idea, when you get into second grade, the assumption is that all of your students have had that background knowledge from K and 1, but we don't have that program in K and 1. So when they come in, they have not had those history lessons or the civics lessons or our government lessons. They've not had the science lessons, but it's picking up where those left off. So there's been a struggle, not only for our combo 1-2 teachers, but even just for the second grade team receiving the first grade teachers.
Okay.
But,
I was just curious. Oh, did you want to say something? Were you coming? Oh, sorry. I thought you were going. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm just curious for like the assessments, because we know the Wonders assessments are not like the weekly tests or whatever. Does it have like weekly tests in there like Wonders, or can you speak to that at all, or what their assessments are?
I believe it does, but I will tell you that wasn't the focus for us to look at because, and I'm not saying that they are there. We know that they're there for the benchmark assessments are very rigorous. But our big thing was we were looking at, we needed these kids to have background knowledge. Wonders, I don't know if you know this, but they basically blew up their program and started over from scratch because they saw that it wasn't meeting the needs. Like we'd have a 3-week unit that was supposed to be on living things, and each week did something different. So our kids were not getting that background knowledge. So the assessments will be there, and it's something that we can look into, and I can answer that for you if you'd like me to look into it.
I was just curious. What about the online component? I was looking at the pictures. And,
the online, this is the thing, it's funny because being the trainer of Benchmark and Wonders in the beginning, before the pandemic, I used to say to the Benchmark teachers, literally, you could teach this entire program online. And the teachers didn't believe me. So when it came to the pandemic, guess what? They were like, we should have listened to you. We should have learned how to use this. And so that's the other thing I love about the online at the Benchmark universe is that the families will have access to the books and the different things because it's all online. And it was almost like their tech people were teachers. It's very intuitive. It's very easy to use. And so, that's...
that's
online
great.
Is amazing.
Okay, and we have access, they'll have access, because I know if with kinder teachers, they're like, they have to use STAR, or not STAR, what is that? Is it STAR? The kinder one? I'm thinking of the Starfall, thank you. Starfall or like program, to supplement. So it's great to hear that it's like going.
And can I just say really quickly, I know it seems we're using 95 core and then we're using Benchmark, but that's part of my job is to create a pacing guide that helps them to see how that goes all the way through. So that's part of our,
I do think for those of us who are not teachers or teachers of young children, if you look at Scarborough's reading rope, really what we're looking at is 95 core would address the word recognition components of the reading rope. And then what we're talking about now, Benchmark Advance, really addresses deeply the language comprehension portion of the reading rope. And that's what we really feel like we're missing with Wonders right now, is that the depth required, and we've talked a lot about background knowledge tonight. The way that works in the brain is it works like Velcro. And so, if you're a student and you're a kiddo and you go with your family to the pumpkin patch, and then now all of the stories about the life cycle of a pumpkin, you're like, I remember going to a pumpkin. pin patch, and I remember a little bit about what I saw, and that acts as Velcro so that the new knowledge is sticky and it stays in a student's brain. When students don't have that background knowledge, all that working memory, they're working very, very hard to comprehend and to connect their learning. So when you use a knowledge building program and they're continually building that background knowledge up through the grade levels, it really helps our students to comprehend. And with both of these programs, I mean, I'm confident that we would be able to address all components.
I love the visual, Joe, just so you know, the colors and like, I'm not, yeah, it's great visual. That makes, it makes sense. It makes sense.
And I love that it's a Scarborough's reading rope, because I was like, yes, because I just got letters trained, the tier. Have you guys been letters trained? Okay, so that's like even,
We have
that's going to be
88
even better.
teachers at the elementary level, and then we have 4 principals currently in the program. And we have
principals.
middle schoolers, middle school teachers as well that I roped in and are also part of the letters program.
Yeah. So kudos to you. I don't know about you, but that was like life-changing for me, my teachers. Even teachers that were ready to retire, they're in the program, and they said, can I finish year 2 even though I'm retired? Because they were like, why didn't I learn this in my college classes, right? So I love that it's aligned with the science of reading and letters, and I love the vertical alignment, the activity calendar that will really help parents, because as parents, they want to help, but they just don't know what to do. A lot of times, not all parents, and how it aligns like with Twig and all of that. I think it sounds great, and thank you guys for all of your due diligence.
Great job. Michelle, I think your team likes it. They do. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, all right, so is this the team, so when you get the buy-in, 77% of the teachers are like, yeah, let's do this, and you do this rollout, is this the team that's going to present that?
Yeah, so our TOSAs here, the 3 on the end, Veronica, Denise, and Michelle, they work directly as teachers, supporting teachers in their classrooms, at their PLT meetings. They model lessons. They teach here at our like PD days. So they support our teachers so that they can, even if it's just, hey, our team really wants this item, can you guys build this for us so that we can have that?
I love it. I'm new, so the term TOSA was what I learned just recently in my site visits, and they have said nothing but good about TOSAs. So finally, to meet y'all in person, it's wonderful. And then I think just the team that's going to present this to get the buy-in from the rest of the 33%, courage over comfort. Brilliant. Like, that's totally the right thing, is that it's just going to take a little change, and most people brush up against that change, but you guys seem really sold on it. So I think you can pass that along to the 30 whatever left. See? Math. Okay. Math is next, Joe.
Coming up next. I just want to say thank you for your consideration. I know our team is very much looking forward to the possibility of this, so thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you all.
Oh, yes. And so all the items are actually in our lobby right now.
Yes.
And I don't want to overspeak. I know for sure the math materials are not only in our lobbies, but are in the lobbies of every one of our school sites, so that community members and family members can come check out the materials for the next month, the next 30 days.
In this lobby?
So in this lobby, but also the lobbies of their schools, every elementary school.
How often will they be there?
They're there Monday through Friday during regular school hours, and they can go at any time, and they're in their lobby to take a look at, sit down, check out.
Is there an ending date that they'll be
Yeah,
removed?
so April, is it 13th? When you vote on it, that's the last day that we pull the items.
And is there a way to give feedback, so I come in as a parent?
There's a QR code,
Okay.
and also another link if they want to type it in for any member from the community that comes in. They scan it, and then they can put their feedback. They select if they have a kiddo, like what grade level they're associated with. But other than that, they can give feedback.
Oh, I love that.
We'll do that for again for 30 days.
Thank you for doing that for the parents and the community, so you can get their input as well. But thank you so much. Great job, everybody.
I'm back again.
I think Mr. Pardue needs to.
Oh, sorry, I cut you off. I'm so sorry.
I hate to do this to you, but I would like to take a 5-minute recess because I think my chair broke and I need to.
Oh, yeah.
5-minute recess, if you don't mind. It's a long.
Okay.
Goes so
5.
far. Hey, listen, it's gonna take many more. Mr. Parla, we are on G9, information regarding the adoption of elementary mathematics curriculum. Mr. Parla.
Thank you, Mr. Purdue. So we are here to review the, or recommend our math recommendation for adoption. We have another group of amazing teachers and educators here with us tonight that are going to walk you through these slides. But again, I just thank you for hearing us out. Oh, I didn't introduce everybody. This is Cherise Farrell, and she is at Murrieta Elementary. And then we've already met the one and only Michelle McCarthy. Jennifer Berkland, who's at Alta Murrieta in first grade, is Wizenan. I'm nervous. Ehel Kareem, first grade, who were there today. And then, oh my God, Kelly Ruiz. Oh gosh, I know this is gonna happen. Fourth grade, Alta Murrieta, and then Veronica Petrosino and Denise Stearns.
Okay, so I've been around for a while now. I was hired in the district in 1996. So I was around for the 2012 Go Math adoption. Basically, it was a group of us, a couple people per grade level, and the Math TOSA. We went to Riverside, did an adoption toolkit. Then we went, looked at the pilot materials out of college. We picked one right there. We piloted it the next year and adopted it after that. So it was very different from the process we have now. A lot more detailed. Go Math was really the best that was available at the time. It was a nice step between what we had from before to where we were going. And so basically it was the best we had at the time. As time has gone on, we've grown. 2019, it was still our best bet. We knew what we were doing and we continued with that. And now it's your turn.
We looked at the math curriculum that were available to us, and we found 4 that we felt would fit our needs. So we had these 4 publishers come and speak to our adoption committee, which included, they'll talk a little bit more about this, but it included both teachers and parents. That was kind of interesting to watch the parents come and see the adoption. So each publisher had an hour to present, and at the end of that, 2 programs were chosen. The same committee that was part of looking at and choosing these 2 programs was a part of the piloting of these 2 programs. And so there's been, she talked about how there was really only 10, I don't know if she said that number 10, but it was about 10 people that helped us to adopt Go Math. And we have a much larger group of teachers and others as part of this process, which I think makes it very different.
65.
Okay, so our curriculum adoption team, like Michelle was just talking about, is consistent of, we thought it was very important to have representation from every school, every grade level. So for the most part, we were able to secure that. In addition, we really wanted families and guardians a part of the process. So we went through and we made sure that we were advertising in all of the school newsletters. We did all of our district communication to try and enlist as many parents as possible to be a part of the process. And in addition to that, we wanted to make sure that we had representation from our special education team and our Title I intervention teachers as well. So we had many of our essentials teachers that are our SDC classes be a part of our process. In addition, we had support with our RSP teachers and intervention teachers a part of our team as well.
Oh, I have it. Am I going the right direction? There we go. All right, so in order for us to really provide a clear and concise focus for our teams, we wanted to make sure we brought them in and we had a time to really narrow it down to how we were going to evaluate the programs. So it was our goal to really make sure that the scope was key priorities in that. So the beginning of this process started last year in May, and what we did is we invited the curriculum adoption team, which included the parents and those teachers, to come so that we could discuss what our approach would be and what we were going to be looking for. And our two key priorities were to make sure that we were looking at a program that was balanced and that it also addressed not only remediation but also acceleration. So in doing that, our teachers then understood the focus that we were going to be looking at these presentations. So on May 20th, they went into this meeting with the 4 publishers, an hour each publisher, to look over how the programs ran, their online components, their materials. Many publishers provided materials so teachers could look through at that time, and they were able to understand the program a little bit better. At the end of that meeting, the teachers were then provided a survey to look at or choose their top 2 that they wanted to pilot, and that was between iReady and iReady and I Am Math.
Okay, so if you are looking at this was the curriculum selection results from that day. So you can see how the 4 curriculums stacked up against each other. iReady was in first, and then illustrative, which is IM, which is what we ended up piloting. Both iReady and IM were our first and second choices made by our curriculum selection team. So again, that was with our teachers, our special education component, our Title I intervention teachers, and our families and parents that were a part of the process.
I just want to quickly give a shout out to our families. We had a new mother in the back of the room with her stroller, rocking her baby, and was completely a part of this process. We had another mom that was she's actually a teacher in Lake Elsinore, but has students here, and was able to provide another perspective for us. And so the family community feedback was really great in this process. We learned a lot.
Okay, so the key considerations we were looking at were the standards alignment. We have developed over the last few years essential standards in both our language arts and our mathematics. The one thing with Go Math is that so many of the lessons aren't actually that teacher's standard, or it's not aligned to the standards the way we'd like it to be, which is a big complaint from the teachers. We were also looking at ease of implementation. Just as we talked about with Wonders versus Benchmark, teachers are doing a lot of, let's go to TPT, let's create these things. We don't want that for teachers anymore. It's a lot of work, and what happens is you end up with kids with lots of holes. Yes?
TPT.
Teachers pay teachers.
This is for some of our new folks who are not educated.
Sorry. I just assume everybody knows what teachers pay teachers is. Sorry about that. Yeah. We'll do a tutorial upstairs. English language learners, intervention, and special education students, we wanted to make sure that those supports were there for them. Equally as important, we wanted to ensure that we had extension activities for advanced students. Communication and support for families, that does not happen in Go Math. We heard from families that they wanted help with the math and knowing how to do the math with their students. We heard Danielle talk about how she wants to be able to help her child having letters. We'll talk about that, having the letters and the communication go back and forth and teach the parents about what the kids are actually learning is huge. And then you asked about assessments for Benchmark. They have amazing assessments, and that's what we were looking for, which program has amazing assessments, because we want to be able to have timely feedback to the students to let them know how they're doing, and we also want to have timely feedback to the teachers so that we can remediate and we can help those students to understand those concepts.
Okay, so I'm just going to highlight some similarities and differences between the two programs that our teachers had discussed as they've gone through the pilot process. So some of the things that were the same about both programs is they're both rigorous programs, and they focus on students developing their mathematical understanding. They both have a lot of connections to the real world and how students would connect math to what they see in their everyday life. They both have, like Michelle said, a robust assessment cycle. So there are lots of assessments available to check to see how students are doing. And both have components that are digital and print accessible for students. Some of the things that I want to point out that our teachers really liked about iReady, if you look at the first bullet, one of the major complaints we have about Go Math with our teachers currently is that a lot of times a concept is taught in one day, and then the very next day we're moving on to a new concept, a new standard, and it doesn't give students enough time to practice. And so what our teachers really appreciated about iReady was that every concept is taught over the course of 3 to 5 days. So it gives students lots of opportunity to have additional practice throughout the week to really ensure that they're learning the new standard or the new concept and solidify that before we're moving on to a new concept. The other thing our teachers really appreciated, if you look at bullet 3, is iReady had mathematical fluency and procedural embedded into each of the programs. So there were lots of things that teachers could pull to build fluency. With Go Math, our teachers had told us that that was something that was seriously missing from Go Math. We didn't have a fluency component. It was something that we just kind of moved away from. And as we were going through this process, our teachers had talked to us over and over again, like, we need to ensure that fluency is a part of whatever it is that we are adopting moving forward. So our teachers were really appreciative of the stuff that was in iReady that was there to support fluency and procedural components.
And just to clarify, fluency, we are referring to math fact fluency. Here's the timeline of work completed. In May, we had our district overview that they've already spoken about with the publisher presentations. This August, when we came back, we did our initial training of the first program. What's something unique about this pilot period is that we started on day 1, the first day of school. Teachers already had materials in hand. They were trained over the summer. We were at Tovashal Elementary School and separated by grade level, and they got trained so that they could start right at the beginning. We gathered feedback from our curriculum adoption team and families throughout the process. So there were surveys, like check-ins with both our teachers and our parents, family members, and students throughout both pilot periods. August 19th to October 31st was the first period with, they're now calling it California Mathematics Curriculum, but iReady is the parent company. And then, then we moved November 4th through February 21st into the illustrative or IM program. November, we trained in the IM program and did that same process. We sent surveys out to our families, we sent surveys out to our students, surveys out to our teachers, checking in with them. And then in February, we had a consensus meeting on the 26th where we had from what I'm hearing, a very extensive feedback survey, but our teachers did a phenomenal job with them. They took a very long time to read, but they were very, very detailed in their review.
I'm Jennifer Berglund. I teach first grade at Alta Murrieta. I've been teaching for over 23 years in many capacities. But the pilot process, I haven't participated in one quite like this. I was part of the Wonders benchmark pilot process, but this was even more. Like, we started over a year ago. During that time, we spent our summer for learning the process, learning the iReady, and then we were crazy like me. You were working over the summer, getting it ready for the beginning of the year. We had multiple trainings, as Mr. Parla noted, but the best part about it was that as we went through the process, we had each other, so we had many opportunities to meet, talk about what we noticed, what we could find. As he also said, we had multiple trainings in each program. That was very, very helpful. But then on that last day, it was really awesome being able to come together and listen to each other's point of view. We had lots of time before we even were talking about it to even just reflect ourselves on how we felt about each program and what we brought from that year, that process, and teaching those great concepts to our students.
Hi, I'm Kelly. I've taught fourth grade now over 20 years. I've just kind of fallen into that. And when they talked about the math pilot, I was really excited to be part of it, and it was a journey. We looked at all the different curriculum, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so neat. And then you become attached to it, and then when we got to start with it, I was really excited to get started because math has always been my thing. Like, I was one of those kiddos when I was young, like, math was hard. I struggled with math. So it's kind of my passion as a teacher. I want the kids to feel excited about it. So I felt really close to the pilot. I've never done a pilot before. And so I don't know the different experiences, but this was great, being able to really dive into the curriculum. So when we came together for the consensus meeting, I didn't quite know what to expect. Yeah, we really thought deeply. That survey that we filled out, you really looked at all components of it. But I loved being able to hear, I just want to say, the different perspectives. They had it very organized. When we sat at our tables, we had all different grade levels. So up until then, we'd had the chance to meet with our own grade level, but from different schools. But this one was all different grade levels from all different schools, and they didn't all have the same opinions. And so it was really nice to see the different perspectives of what they thought. And you know, I got to kind of pitch my speech because they knew really what I wanted. Was I ready? And so I was like, I'm going to sell them, you know, and it was really neat. We enjoyed the process. It was organized. We had talking chips. So I tend to get very passionate about something and I can just keep on going. And I was like, oh, how's this going to work? Let me be last. And so everybody would have their talking chip. I'm like, okay, good. Because I like to build on other people's ideas. And so, but it was organized because then we got to hear each person at the table, even though they're a little quieter, and they shared their perspective, which was great. I think that was it. Yeah. And then the day flew by though. Like, it was a whole day thing. And we got to the end and it ended up going by really fast, and it was a great experience.
Very organized.
Mm-hmm. I love your passion. It makes such a difference, particularly in a topic like math. My son Cisco had a teacher in elementary school at Real Ranch named Mr. Love. I don't know if anybody knows Mr. Love.
Yes, I know him. Yes.
He made me like believe, you know.
Like, you're gonna love math.
So a passionate teacher, particularly a math teacher, really does go a long way. Because I mean, yeah, Mr. Love.
Yeah. You remember? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Candace Wissenand. I teach first grade at E.L. Curran Elementary, and I'm really excited that I get to present on this slide because I was so passionate about iReady myself. And I was a little nervous going into the meeting, like, oh my gosh, if this doesn't happen, I don't know what I'm gonna do, because it just really created such a clear path with mathematics for me. So after this wonderful consensus meeting that we had with all these teachers discussing these different pros and cons of all the programs, we made a vote, and it was like, for this, as much time as we spent talking about it, it lasted like 5 minutes and then it was done. And so, but it was just wonderful to see how aligned so many of us were in our thinking with iReady. And so the final results were 87% voted in favor of iReady, with 13% in favor of illustrative mathematics. And the exact numbers for that was 56 voting for iReady, with 8 voting for illustrative mathematics. And I think the overwhelming feeling with iReady was that it's so accessible. It's such an accessible program. I taught 5th grade for 8 years. I moved down to 1st grade last year, and I was like, it shouldn't be hard. I taught common denominators or uncommon denominators. Now I'm teaching 1 + 5, and I was not prepared for the struggle that would be. And I found myself floundering. I'm like, just put the cubes together, and not really knowing what to do with that situation, because it seems so rudimentary, but for them, we're still working with students who don't know what numbers are. And one of the things that I loved about iReady is that it created a really clear pathway for me to know where students needed to start, what prerequisite skills they were going to need, like knowing what a number is and how to write it, and then where they would go with that information, how it would build. And the lessons were just so clear. So many of the teachers shared that sentiment that the structure was just so predictable, so easy to access. It's a 5-day Each lesson is 5 days. It follows a similar model. There's easy practice that is accessible for all of it. There's opportunities for students to discuss, but that part with conceptual teaching that can be really scary for teachers was made accessible because the book actually outlines how teachers can facilitate those discussions, what type of student work to look for and highlight when students are struggling. And so it just really demystified the whole process. It was really clear for us. There's also a lot of opportunity for assessment. So at the end of each 5-day lesson, there is an assessment that students can take online. There's 2 of them. There's also a paper option, but the great thing about the online version is it gives immediate feedback to the students and to the teachers, and we get this really great data graph, and we can see immediately if students are understanding the lesson or if we need to go back and reteach. And then there's a ton of tools for reteaching if we need it, or extension if that is also necessary. And then that information can be communicated with families as well. And I'm noticing with my first graders that that's their favorite part. They can't wait. They're like, yes, we could do the comprehension check. And then afterwards, now I have first graders who are doing self-reflection, and they're coming up to me and being like, I got one wrong. What did I do? And so I love it. I mean, these are 6- and 7-year-olds self-reflecting and looking for information on how to do better. And they really enjoy that process as well. And then it's so accessible for students as well. It's predictable. They know what's going to come each day. They know how to access the lesson. It provides opportunities for all students to respond and to be successful. Even our students who struggle have opportunities to be successful. And I just love that for them because it builds that or takes away that fear of math that we find so often. And then also, we just loved the parent letters that go home, and we'll go into those a little bit more deeply, but I felt like for once I was able to clearly communicate with my families what was happening with math with a clear lesson, and we'll show you what that looks like a little bit later.
All right, so as they alluded to earlier, they took a survey prior to coming to the consensus meeting, which allowed them to kind of reflect on what they've done over the course of teaching iReady, and they did one for both. And for this one, you'll see clearly that there are 4 questions, and all 4 questions are aligned to the materials or the components of iReady, and then those 2 big focus that they had on the balanced approach and the acceleration and remediation components. So I'm going to walk you through kind of what you see here. First, on the left, there is the component that they talked about. There was the connection across the representations with concrete, representational, and abstract within the math. So you can see there that there's level 3 and 4. So they were able to choose between levels 1 and level 4, level 1 being unfavorable, level 4 being favorable. So the dark green here shows that on an average, teachers rated that as a 3.5. Secondly, they were looking at the real-world problem-solving applications. Again, the dark green, the level 3 and 4 were favorable, and the 3.69 was the average there. Thirdly, they were looking at the English language components and how they could help students with proficiency levels, and the dark green is a 3.4 average. And lastly was those extension opportunities to accelerate the learning, and for the students that are already demonstrating proficiency, we want to give that opportunity to them. And that it was also favorable with a 3.4 average.
So this is the program that we piloted. It was originally built in 2017, and over the course of close to 10 years, they've been going through the process of adjusting it and improving it each year. This last year in 2024, we piloted the national version, and if the pilot gets adopted, this program gets adopted in 2025, we would be adopting the California version, like Joe mentioned earlier. Those 2 programs are exactly the same. The only difference between them is that California has some additional standards that will be addressed within the new program in 2025.
The materials that are in the lobby at our district office and also at our school sites are the 2025 California Mathematics curriculum version. So those additional standards, if anyone was interested, they could see what was added to that program.
Hello again. As I mentioned earlier, the best part of this program is how accessible it is. And I forgot to mention that it's accessible for a variety of teachers and teaching styles as well. And these work text examples that I'm going to highlight at the top really access a lot of different types of learning styles and teaching styles. And so there's 3 different types of work texts available inside their workbooks that we are given. The blue pages are intended for in-class instruction. So apply it problems can often be like a game or an activity that takes the concept we're working on. So they're learning, but they don't realize they are because they're having fun. And it's really great, but it also provides them opportunities to discuss the math that we're learning and really think about it in a unique way and share that thinking with their peers. And then we're given green pages, about 3 per lesson, and those are intended for independent practice, so students can bring them home. I know a lot of teachers like to send them home for homework, or just if they don't do homework, if parents are asking for additional practice, they have access to that. I know that sometimes I'll save a couple for if I don't get to them for sub days, and that's great review for them as well. They're intended for students to be able to do independently, and the students like them because it's a chance for them to practice and see what they know as well. And then the final version is the refine, which is at the end of the lesson. There's 2 days of refine. Those go in a little bit deeper, so they're doing more practice. So there's practice problems embedded, but there are also opportunities to discuss. And my students' favorite is at the very end. I teach first grade again. This is probably not 5th grade, but a cute cat and a dog named Boom and Buzz. And they both solve a problem, and one is right or one is wrong. Sometimes they're both right, but the students have to be able to defend why one of them is right or wrong using tools and language. And they just love that part because they like to talk about it. They like to try to figure out the puzzle of who's right or wrong. And so that's really exciting for them as well. And it gives them that opportunity to discuss their math and kind of connect all of that learning that they've done.
Okay, the next part. Oh.
I just had a question since we were on that page. Is the fluency and skills practice embedded, or is that something the teacher has to copy and print off for them?
Yeah, it's not exact. It's not in the student book.
It's not. So that's something you would have to go copy and.
Or I believe you could do it online.
So when we were doing the pilot, the fluency and skills practice, as part of the pilot, they do not give those gratis. In our adoption that we're proposing to you, the total cost includes the fluency and skills practice books for our teachers. It was probably like number 1, if not number 1, number 2 on the request. Am I seeing a lot of head nods? And so we knew that it was very important to have those booklets. Every teacher, every student will have that as a part of what we're.
Okay, so teachers won't have to copy and use that resource. No copying.
No budget increases to copying.
That's good.
It's all, yes. And it would be all 8 years. Each year would be replenished.
Okay, and they would use it, is there like a page for every day so they have everyday practice? Or not sure. If you don't know, it's okay. I was just curious.
Yes, they taught it. I did not.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you didn't have it, so okay. Sorry.
In each section, so like they call the lesson parts sessions. So each session has one.
Each session has 2.
Okay.
Each lesson is 1 week.
Have it.
Each lesson is 1 week. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. He really wanted my part. We also do have Fluency Flight, which is a game that the kids totally love. One of the problems with fact practice is a lot of times people get traumatized. It's one of the major factors that keeps people from liking math because they think of that timer and how they couldn't get it done. Well, here they're just playing math games. It gives them skills, problems they've already had, and then they throw in a few new ones, so it's pretty easy to get to. So they're getting that fact practice, but without the pressure of, if you can't do it by this time, you're not good at math. Okay, then you get the center library, because in 3rd grade, we don't teach that.
So I had access to the center's library. I actually used it today with one of my, we do something called win time, which is what everyone needs time. And our students break out into different groups, and I'm teaching a group that's ready for some extension. And so I used the center's library today to be able to give them additional practice just within the skill that we're working on. And it's games, they're activities that they can play just to continue to practice those skills. The students enjoy them. But what's really awesome is within the teacher toolbox, which is a part of iReady, again, that accessibility piece, we get this really awesome toolbox with very organized materials for each lesson. If you click on the center, it gives you leveled access to each center. So centers can have a beginning level, a middle level. So like for mine that we're doing, we're working with the 120s chart. There was literally just writing numbers and practicing that all the way to kind of working out how adding tens works within the 120s chart. So there were a lot of different levels of access within those centers libraries or library pages.
Okay, the next part's kind of cool too. They call it, well, it is learning activities. They give it a different name for K1, but from what I could see was pretty much the same. So here you have a page that looks pretty much the same, but it has the different levels. It has for those who are ready to extend. It has for those who just need reinforcement and those who need to be teaching. It has all of those available, but it's not like, hey, guess what group you're in? So it doesn't do that kind of thing, which I love. Also, there's the assignable interactive practice, which I got to play with yesterday. That's basically like an online tutorial. So if they were doing telling time, they might get something where they'd show a clock and say, okay, what time is this? And it would ask them one part, and then they could answer it. And if they answered it incorrectly, it would give them a couple more chances. Then it would go back and explain, okay, here's what it is, here's why. And then they go to the next part and they review it. They did a bunch of different types of activities in there. Some were drag and drop, some were multiple choice kind of clicking. And that's, yeah, it's getting late. Sorry.
It is getting late. It is getting late. You're right.
You did a great job. I want to add for the fluency and skills practice, so it's actually a two-part component. With the iReady program, one is the paper pencil, more rote practice that we probably grew up with and would know. And then in addition to that, it includes an online program for grades 2 through 5 called Fluency Flight.
Oh, Fluency Flight's 8 minutes of practice every day, 4 days a week. And they get so excited. Oh,
they will
sorry.
explain some more.
She went ahead. So, I mean, just to piggyback off of what they were saying, the resources that this program has is that I think that's what wowed me the most as far as a teacher, because what we do every day is crazy. It's unpredictable. And so the ease of use was really important for me when I was looking at a curriculum and having things that I can find and access and also differentiate. And so when they were talking about all the different lesson resources, I was like, yeah, that too, like, don't forget. And I think that the unit, I was amazed when we were finishing our place value unit. And the biggest thing that we've noticed when I talk to my 4th grade team is just the math stamina with kids. And when they're presented, because you know the whole reason why we're teaching this is for real life. And so when you present them with a real life problem, so to speak, a performance task, right, is when they need to take a whole bunch of different skills to solve it. They just don't have that stamina. It's really hard to get them to think deeply. And at the end of every unit, there's what's called math in action. And I was wowed. So it shows a performance task, and then it shows a student actually solving the performance task, and then they analyze how they solved it. And then they're tasked with, okay, how could you solve this a different way? And then after that, they're given their own performance task to do, which over the years, teaching for so long, I've just been accumulating them through TPT or creating them on our own. And this was really cool because in the beginning of the year, you hesitate a little bit to give this to them because we did pilot this in the beginning. And I gave it to my kids. I put them in a group. They were tasked with writing a report to a principal about an order, and I was so impressed with the amount of work that they were doing at this point of the year. They weren't afraid of the word problem. They were breaking it down, and the math that they were producing, even my students that were at a much lower level, like I have students that range from a kinder level all the way up, and they were able to access that through these performance tasks. So and every unit has one, which is amazing. I'll let you.
So with the unit review, it was nice to have that option for when we were about to give the assessment at the end of the unit. It was really great to see how they could practice the standards and check for their understanding, letting me know if I needed to reteach anything or just see how they were doing on the particular problems that we were working on and concepts. Also with the, actually I didn't do the cumulative practice, you did cumulative practice. Okay. Do you want to talk about that?
Mine? Well, we discovered this when we were looking at it because, you know, it's a brand new curriculum, like, and then also too, you're teaching in a different way. It's problem-based learning, which, you know, I was very you know, came from a long time ago, you know, I do it, I have to tell you. And this way you're presenting the problem to them and they're solving and they're coming up with the strategies. And then and that's in the explore pages. And as you move on to the develop and the refine, that's when you're kind of weaving in those strategies. And so there's so many different resources. The cumulative practice they have is at the end of the unit, and it goes with, because a unit will cover.
It was actually at the very end of the book.
Yes, it was at the very, very end, and it covers all the different concepts that they taught, and then it provides resources, like a resource page. It's like 2 pages or 3 pages, depending on what it is. So then then you can give it to them. You can use it as a review game. You can use it as, okay, do they get this standard? Do I need to reteach this before we take this assessment at the end of the year for upper grade? And it was really neat. There's so many resources, it was overwhelming. So this was one we discovered, and I was like, oh, wow. Like,
yeah, I
this
did
is
not
kind of cool.
give it to my students. However, it was nice because it had that spiral review built in. So it's something that we don't necessarily have all the time, but it was nice we discovered it as we were looking through things. Yeah, correct. Okay, so then also with the grade level games, those are really awesome. As Candace was talking about with the center games, I also pulled out some that we're working on. And again, we're doing place value 120 chart. And the one that we were working on was the teddy bears picnic. And it was really cool. My students were like, when do I get to do teddy bear picnic? Because they get to put little teddy bears on the 120 chart and they're challenging each other what's under the teddy bear. And it's just very interactive, engaging, and it's more practice on what we're learning in the classroom. Let's see. Also, okay, so then moving into like the learning games, we've been lucky to have those for a few years with iReady when we've had the online portion, but those are also very engaging with the students. And what's really nice about the learning games is not only does it cover certain standards, and it builds up, especially for the younger students. They start with just number recognition. They're adding numbers like 1 + 3 and a guppy to make the guppy eat it kind of a thing. It goes all the way up to upper grade exciting activities. But when I go back and look at the data, what's really nice about the learning games is that it tells me their playtime on these games. I can see their skills progress. So if they're working on number or if they're working on other skills that we have taught. And also it shows me if they are using productive struggle. So are they picking games that are super easy for them, or are they challenging themselves with more advanced games? So the data that iReady gives us is really awesome, even with just learning games.
And then as far as the resource too, me and the kids just discovered this the other day. At the beginning of a lesson, before you start your lesson, they have those parent pages that they tear out, and they're gonna talk about that a little bit more. But they even tell you, these are the learning games that you can practice with the skills that we're teaching here. So then when they go home, they know specifically if they work on those at home, like parents know, like this is the game. When the kids pointed that out to me, I went, oh, I did not know that was there. Because we've always been a fan of the games, but this ties it more to what we're teaching. It helps it to stay connected. But also too, the assessments, what I really like is, that a lot of them could be online, but they give you more than one assessment. So when we assess a skill in a lesson, they take that assessment, and then I can immediately see right away the students that didn't get it, and I can reassess them. And then I've also communicated with my parents how their students can log in at home, and as a parent, you can see their scores right away. And when we had our parent conferences back in October, that was one of the things that parents really appreciated, was being able to see a lot of how they're doing. So that was really beneficial. And then the fluency flight, like my 4th graders, they really do love doing the fluency flight. And this is students of all levels that are enjoying it. And I do see what I think it was Sharice that was saying that they're not stressed, but I do see an improvement. So they're working on this every day to collect their dragons. But then we practice that when we're doing our math. Okay, well, what's 2 × 4, right? And then we talk about our division. And so because we're working on it, because it's ongoing and I can see how they're doing, it's really been a nice change this year to see how it all connects.
And just to add to the fluency portion, sorry. My daughter is one of those students that when the timer went on, she froze, and she became an adult who dislikes math. And so I'm always for anything that teaches accuracy and fluency in a non-threatening way. So Fluency Flight, the learning games, all the things that we do, work on those tasks in a way that is not stressful for students. So just wanted to throw that in. We're back to back. Okay, we're back.
Wrong, who's next?
Okay. All right, so math in action. The best part about iReady was they give us these wonderful slides that are not only easy to find, it's very intuitive, as our other colleagues have brought up, that it's easy to find everything you need, what you're teaching. The slides are editable, but the students love them. They're full color, they've got great things. In the K1 slide decks, it's really lovely because they know what number talk is going to be happening based on what day or what session we're on in the lesson. So we always start with how many, so they're looking and trying to count how many. They have quick images, so they're doing that subitizing. They know show it another way, so we might have 45 on the screen, but how can you make 45? Which one doesn't belong, which is always a favorite in my classroom. So they're looking at 4 different problems, giving it away. All of them have a way that you cannot make it belong. And it's wonderful because the students really are thinking and I love, we use our gestures all the time, oh, I agree, or I can add to that. And those are really wonderful ways to get excited and into the math lesson. And then Friday is always a data chat, or the last session, it doesn't always fall on a Friday. Then we move into like a try it problem and we do that together. This might be on a whiteboard or just orally, and then we'll get into the word problems, which are fantastic. iReady is full of word problems, which are all something that is relatable, it's real world, and we're working on those together. And then all the different pages that Candace mentioned give the students great practice and lots of opportunities to work on the standards that we're working on.
And iReady is really built on routine, and kids really thrive on routine. Like they've already learned. So from just an upper grade perspective, again, those PowerPoints, those are amazing. They really help me as the teacher know exactly what we're doing. The start, which is like the beginning one where they're talking, that's unique. That's not in the book. So it really, that you pull that up and it gets the kids thinking. And what I really was looking for is I want to be able to access all learners. I want all learners to be able to participate. And man, my kids ranging from the ones at my lowest levels to the highest, they all raise their hand. They all have something to add or share, and they're confident. So they're gonna go into this with some confidence. And I think that's what I really like the most. And then again, with the routine. So every lesson starts with explore, and then you go to develop and then refine. It was really cute because I was asking for some feedback from my students, like, what did you really think of this program and how'd you like it? And one of them goes, the develop pages, because it has different pictures to help me understand better. And it did, it gives them the different strategies and the different pictures, and I was like, oh, they know the routine, which was really neat. And as a teacher, those PowerPoints are so great. I can download it, I put it on a USB on my desktop. Now when a sub comes in, they get to pick up and teach right what the students are used to. I can easily print the teacher's manual instructions, or I can leave it for them, and so instruction can pick up even if I'm not right there in the classroom.
Very sub-friendly.
Which is really important, yeah. And there's a lot of options. Even with upper grade, like we use our whiteboards. The PowerPoints are exactly what, after that start, is what's in the book. So if I don't choose to open the book that day and we just go on the PowerPoint because I really want that immediate feedback to see, I can do that, or we can do a blend. They open their book, they know what page it is, they know where to go, and so there's a lot of support there for teachers and freedom to kind of make it your own if you're ready for that.
Hi, we're back. So we really were concerned with how families and students were seeing it, because we know from our point of view, but we don't know from their point of view necessarily. So one thing that we will talk about soon is the parent letter. And 96% of the parents said they received information through the family newsletter. Now, if you have a kid who keeps things in their backpack and it gets lost, 96 is pretty good percentage.
Yes, my own child doesn't bring his backpack home, and we're neighbors in the classroom. The next section was the family information that was sent home helped me support my child with their understanding of math concepts. So looking at that letter, were they able to make sense of it? 86% said yes, it did help them, with 14% disagreeing. And we'll talk about how user-friendly those are in a future slide.
Okay, the next part was actually a question for the students. The parents were supposed to have the students answer the questions. And it said the math lessons gave me opportunities to make sense of math and show my thinking in different ways. 77% agreed. And then there was 14% that were unsure, and then 9% that disagreed. I did that right? Okay, colors, I couldn't see them that well from back here.
And then again, for the final section, it was the math lessons gave me opportunities to learn math from talking to other students in my classroom. And that was 14% disagreed. Do I have that right? I cannot see, I'm blind. Okay, thank you. I'm like, I need my glasses. 14% disagreed, 27% were unsure. And one thing we discussed about this is that the discussion part is a learning part for mathematics. It doesn't follow our typical model that we've been teaching mathematics for a long time. So there's still a learning curve, but iReady does have a lot of great supports for discussion, a lot of opportunities for discussion. And I know with my first graders, that happens to be their favorite part. But when I asked them about it, they were like, what? We don't talk? I'm like, what do you mean? We talk all the time. So I think going home, when they look at that and they were asked about discussion, they weren't connecting the number talks and all the different rich activities they were doing.
How many parents participated in the survey results? I know you wouldn't know, but do you know about? Yeah, I know you don't have that.
200.
200.
Yes.
Oh.
Mr. Parla, is that 200 responses, or how many did the survey go to?
The survey went to every class that, so here, I'll quickly. Any classroom that had pilot materials, the parent received a letter notifying them that their student was in a classroom of a pilot math class, and they had the opportunity to not participate if they did not want their child to be part of that. And then we didn't hear from anybody saying they didn't want to participate, but then every classroom teacher sent home the surveys to their families, and then 200 families completed the survey.
So that would have been, if I'm just doing some rough math, 65 teachers, approximately 30 students per class?
28.
Okay, well then it'd be just under 2,000 families.
So 10%,
received this, about
yes.
10%.
First grade.
Does that answer?
I think the element there was just in terms of data, so if 10% responded, that means 90% didn't. And then you got the high propensity people who respond tend to be maybe a different, I don't know. Just saying the data might be not the greatest.
So
data.
in our past pilots, I would say that we had not been as inclusive of our community and family members. And so this was our attempt at connecting our families to get illicit feedback.
Right, I get it. It's an imperfect thing. I was just noting the numbers as you pointed out.
5% is statistically significant. So to get 10 is nice. Yeah, it'd be great to get 100%.
Yep. Yes.
But it did, I will say that these surveys did give us a pretty good perspective because they gave us feedback on both programs. And there were definitely things that if this was to move forward, there would be some key considerations based on parent feedback. So it was helpful information.
All right, thank you.
Going first since you're first.
I can, Grace. All right, so for this final section, or actually it's not the final section, there's one more. But for this section, we wanted to take a moment to just share some student thoughts. They can't be here, but we did want to know what they thought. And so some sound bites that we took from them, from my first graders, one of them said, I like seeing all of the different ways to solve problems with your classmates. That's the discussion piece. And the strategies are fun too. And then another student said, I like how the lessons get harder and harder, but because I learned so much, they make sense. And we really felt that with iReady as well.
And then a couple of my first graders, they noted, one thing I like most about iReady are all the practice pages. I love doing the problems and learning, so they know that they're getting those at home also. So she really enjoyed that. And then another one of my students, which we didn't really see, but there's two characters called Boom and Buzz, and they both solve the problem differently. Sometimes one is incorrect, and the way the student said, the pages with Boom and Buzz are fun and helpful. We can see which one is right and then which one is wrong.
Okay. One of my third graders said it's entertaining and it boosts my confidence to do all kinds of problems. And another one said, I learned that I was a lot smarter than I thought I was.
Fourth grade? Yeah, my fourth graders, it was really neat to hear their feedback. This one was, the thing I like the most about learning math with iReady is that iReady helps you understand things, and you can also get support from your families because of the parent pages. I thought it was neat that they had brought that up. But the one that was really true to my heart, it was, I feel so confident in math since I started in fourth grade because the book and online iReady really helped me. So that confidence. That was really nice to hear.
And then if you guys can wrap it up with the homeschool connection, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so like we were saying, we want to make sure parents are aware. One really nice thing, as a teacher, each lesson has this letter right in it. We just tear it out, send it home. It's not we had to go make copies. Where is it this time? It's right there. And so it'll go through a little summary about what's happening. There's the goal, like, well, I'll read one I wrote that I can see. Today, this week, or where is it? Somebody read that one? Okay, today we're exploring the relationship between multiplication and division. Just a quick, easy statement. They go over important vocabulary and show some ways that they do it. So in this particular one, they have equal groups, they have arrays, and then they use the vocabulary and show exactly the kinds of words we're using so that parents are able to use those words as well.
Yes, it really helps demystify the math for the families. It's also available in multiple languages online, and it can also be posted online. So sometimes I'll send home both the digital version and the hard copy as well, which is right in the books. And if you flip over the page, there's an activity for families to do. And I have to say, I was really surprised the first time I sent it home. It was not a part of homework. I wasn't like, you must do this with your families. I got back so many, and the kids were like, that was so much fun. And so it was really cool seeing families taking the initiative to do the activities together and to see how excited the kids were to bring it back and show me. And I was like, you don't have to show me. I'm like, wait, why am I saying that? I want to see that they're doing that. So I really love that. And then there's also a section for how to have a conversation about the math specifically with them to continue it. So while you're driving in the car, this is a way that you can have these discussions, look for tens and ones, when you're in the grocery store and things like that. And so I think a lot of families, when I taught fifth grade especially, they were like, I don't know how to talk to my kids about the math. This gives them the language, it gives them the tools, and it gives them the exact questions that they can use to talk about the math. So I think it just really brings the families into the classroom, which is really important and really wonderful.
As their first teachers.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I'd like to acknowledge how I understand how much work all of you went to. I'm a high school foreign language teacher, and I was in the weeds with the curriculum every single time. So I know you meet in evenings and weekends, but yeah, I get how much work you've all gone through. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yes, thank you, and the other group as well for all your work.
I was
Thank you
referring
for
to
that.
all of you.
Yeah. No, I knew you were. I just didn't. Yeah. So the only thing I'll say is I don't know if you guys know this as teachers, but I'm a teacher and over 20 years too, and I just learned this from this speaker we've been having is that because I heard someone say, oh, we picked from the list, or the 4 choices we had, but we have other choices? Like even though California gives us a list of materials to pick from, we don't have to pick from that list.
Oh, no, they're just available right there for that one activity.
Yeah, no, I mean like for curriculum to adopt. For curriculum to adopt. No, it's okay. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I just didn't make myself clear, but that was just something that, so sometimes, and I'm not saying this about iReady, I'm not, I'm just saying that I became aware of that, like, as a teacher, I just always thought, you have to pick this from this list, and we do not. And with the framework, we do not have to follow that. It's a guideline. I'm just stating that because for me as an educator, I never knew that, and I'm just putting it out there.
One of the things I wanted to comment, and I think you guys did a great job presenting, and
Yes,
I
you
will
did.
tell you, when we first moved here, I had a sub at every grade level. I did kindergarten, I did it, and it's amazing from someone who does secondary, how prepared and organized, and those kids, like every detail from take this out, right? So I'm so impressed with the work you do, and it's also neat as an educator to hear that there's a curriculum you feel really good about, that's kind of had these built-in lessons that make your job easier, because you already have a really tough job. With that being said, one of the things I want you to know, though, too, is you might have heard some of the high school and older kids, teachers, talk about challenges with math, right? And so my wife's a science teacher. I teach economics. I do old school math because I'm old. It's been a long time, you know? And when I'm doing it, some of the kids are kind of like, whoa, you know, and I'm curious how much, and I don't know if anyone would be willing to talk about this, how much you feel there's integration as you move up the chain for kids. You guys, is that above your grade, or would this group be dealing with 4th, 5th graders, or 5th, 6th?
Yeah, fourth grade.
I'm 4th graders.
So 4th grade is kind of where you top out, but then you would then coordinate a little bit in how we see 5th, 6th.
Right.
What's
And
the break?
you mean, like,
Yeah, what I'm getting about is like in terms of communication through the district, right? We're blessed to be a unified school district. So that communication as we go to find those gaps. So we had a high school teacher who's got freshmen incoming saying, hey, there's gaps. Some kids are like 2 years behind. So trying to see that, and as a board, I can tell you there's some people look outside and go, this newfangled math, what are they doing? Even when I looked at some of the examples, I'm like, oh, bro, I don't know if I like that. And so it is hard as an outsider, as a parent, because those are the people, our constituents, or who we deal with, right? We got to communicate, hey, what this is. So I'm just trying to let you know that it's not necessarily just you specific, it's also how we communicate to the parents and how well that's translating as it goes up the food chain as these kids get into junior high, high school.
I do want to, if I don't know if both of you or either of you want to address the algorithm component, which is included. It's actually one of the things with Go Math that we find is not very balanced. It tends to lean more conceptual than we feel that there's a need for students ultimately to master the algorithm as well. And so I'll let them.
Yeah, we definitely, I see it transition from 3rd grade to 4th grade when they're learning the different algorithms, especially with multiplication. So like we are moving towards the multiplication algorithm. And then I know from talking to the 5th grade teachers, like they've communicated to us, like they weren't prepared in a certain area, so that they're ready for the algorithm for division, because we just teach the conceptual, and then in 5th grade, they teach the algorithm and division. So we do talk a lot and asking them where are the gaps, where do they need the most support so that we can fix it. So yeah.
And there's just the outside, like I was gonna say, there are math wars that go on. I don't know how much it comes down to your level that you'd hear the math wars that we were discussing and things. Yeah, it's very, well, what I mean is like, there's a lot. So we're trying to process a lot of information, but I love the work you guys are doing. I love the passion. You look like you guys are all doing a great job. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I'd like to acknowledge that I wish I had you guys as my math teachers. Because, oh no, look, Lisa Murray says that anyone can do math, and I have to train my brain that's how, yes. I'm just saying, but thank you. You guys did a great job, great presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I know, go to bed, to rest right.
Ironically, I'm sitting here, what's next? And apparently that's up to
G10.
me. I got you. G10, approval of new high school course outlines. This calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I would like to have a discussion on this before we vote.
Sorry.
This was concerning me when I looked at this list. Data science and explorations in data science. And some of the things that we had discussed before was about Math 96, transitional math, I also talked and had a discussion about accelerated chemistry and biology and some of these other opportunities to differentiate instruction at the high school level. So I was really disappointed to see that those are left off, and I don't ever remember seeing them for approval in the past. And they went from piloting, which is unique and different, and then data science just shows up. So my question really is, where are the other courses? And Math 96, transitional math, we just heard from some of the math teachers kind of concerned.
That's an existing course already. That one's already on the books.
So these are all brand new classes. What about our accelerated programs that we were discussing that are considered piloted? Is there some process that we're going through before?
If you want to come and
that
answer
was something
some of
that
those questions about the process we are with some of the piloting courses.
Are you referencing math classes or another subject area?
Both, actually both, because it looks like we have almost everything here from social studies all the way through. Is ADP?
Okay, so those are, there's new legislature that's requiring us to do a pathway to an alternative diploma. And those are for SDC students. And so these are new regulations. So our special education department has worked together with us to create those courses, and that's what's going through. So those are specifically for SDC students to earn an alternative diploma.
So that's the majority of them. What's the data science and exploration in data science? Is that to replace Math 96? Because that was an impression that was left in my mind somehow.
So right now, those are two courses that are, one of them, the exploration of data science, is primarily created for MCA, for our alternative school, because as we were talking about earlier, some of our students are struggling and need some alternative math options. The nice thing with the data science is it is something that meets industry standards for some of our like CTE programs and so forth, and this is a movement that's been going on. And so it is a high skill course, and we're having some success because they've been piloting some of this material over at MCA, and we're having students who've been struggling with math who are really successful in this, so we're happy about that. The actual data science course is a UC approved course. It would be a 4th year of math, and it's an alternative for our kids that come out of Math 3 and maybe aren't the calculus kids, but still are planning on going to a 4-year college, and so this is a reputable course that can offer different opportunities for students.
So would you agree or disagree that it is an alternative that could replace Math 96?
It is, and something we've discussed. So Math 96 is a course that used to be offered at MSJC, but it has been removed. So there's the whole purpose behind why it was offered has been removed. So we've been searching for something to give kids access to something like that. And so we're still looking at that because we still have some students in need, and we need to get them their 3rd year of math to be able to graduate. So it's important for us.
And that was where I was getting feedback from, and that's part of why we saw so many math teachers, was that they didn't feel like they were getting that input. And that's in the math side. On the flip side, you already know that I'm aware of the accelerated biology firsthand experience, and then accelerated chemistry. Is that something that's already in existence and approved?
Yes.
Board approved, so we will see
Yes.
that on the curriculum for next year? People will have that option?
It currently-
It is not a piloted program anymore. Is that official?
So what we've been doing is looking at the data. The accelerated chemistry has been on there. The accelerated bio was offered last year, or started this year as a pilot, or not a pilot, but to monitor and see. It was a pilot, just to kind of see if the data was working, and we're not seeing any reason why we wouldn't be able to offer it.
Okay. And is that going to come up on another?
Nope, it's board approved.
Everything's approved.
So it's just a matter of us. So when we approve courses, we approve them for all of our schools because it's a district course, and then sites based on their need can offer it or not. There are some courses offered at MCA. So right now the exploring data science, the initial intent is to only offer that at MCA, but we are going to see if there's a need at our other sites as well, and that could be an opportunity, but it is a different type of course than the traditional data science course.
And I think the other concern that I have is that if we're worried about gaps, and what I heard from the math teachers tonight was that there's significant gaps in their skills, right? And my concern is, from what I just heard, was that data science is kind of an alternative math but not necessarily addressing their needs if they have gaps. So, for example, and this is one of those industry issues, right? This came from the pipe fitters union that visited my classroom. Kids don't know their basic math, and we have to then train them in math because they're coming out of high school with these gaps that then I'm hearing from teachers in the boardroom that there's these gaps. And so I'm concerned that we'd be putting them into data science and kind of ignoring the gap. Data science sounds great, and if is that coding? Is that the kind of coding
That's part
class?
of it.
Part of it. So I'm concerned that we're putting in something that maybe looks really great and ignoring the skill sets that a student would need to move on in life, whatever that might look like, right, for them. So that's my concern, and that class specifically, and I'm not sure if it went through the same process as some of these others of being piloted, being checked before we start putting a lot of students in. How many students are we looking at? Is there a prerequisite? I would hate to see kids not have the skills they need and graduate, and then this checks a box that didn't address their skills.
Exactly, and that's why we are right now develop with the data science, exploring, I keep wanting to call it developing. Exploring data science has primarily been created for MCA because we have students who have really been struggling in math. These are some of our students that might have failed math 1, 2, or 3 times, and so we're trying to get them through the pathway, but yet we're still trying to offer them something that has some teeth in it. So what they would do is go through math 1, math 2, and then we would offer this course. That is not an A through G track because the state of California says you have to go up through Algebra 2, which is our Math 3 course. So that's why we're reserving that right now only for MCA. We are willing to have these discussions because we do know that our other sites have needs as well, but we need to be very, very restrictive and watch who's going into that course. So right now that is just, the idea of that was for MCA. We are having incredible success there. The kids are excited to learn and they're liking this course. It's a good course. You're welcome to go over and see it. We can bring you more information on it and all of that because, like I said, this has been piloted this year. The actual data science course has been written. We haven't touched that yet, and what we're going to do next year is train teachers on that and bring them together to be able to prepare for the following year to offer that at our comprehensive sites. And that one is A through G. That is acknowledged by the UCs. They're saying it's a complete viable option, but only for a 4th year, because students, in order to be A through G, need to go through Math 1, 2, and 3.
So then that is a prerequisite, right? So you'd have to get through Math 3.
Yes, at our
pass
comprehensives.
Math 3.
Yes.
To then go to data science.
Yes.
Okay, that's my only concern. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Appreciate it. Okay, with that, did anyone else have, I said, we're done. I was the only one with questions. Did anyone else have a question? None, okay. All right, all in favor? Oh wait, did I call for a motion?
Yes,
We
you did.
Yep, now for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. G11, approval of comprehensive school safety plans for the 2025-26 school year. Calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Now for a vote, it is getting late. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Approval of 2024-25 second interim financial report and filing a positive certification. I call him Mr. Whittington.
Thank you. Good evening, board. I'll be running through the 24-25 second interim report, and so we'll just jump straight into it. So the budget process in California, you can already, I got the click right here. The budget timeline in California, it's a recurring process. We go through the cycle throughout the year, and we're always kind of chasing the state budget. So the state budget comes out, it really in full effect in July or end of June, and then throughout the year we're making revisions to it. So we're at the point of the year where the governor has now released his January budget proposals for the upcoming year, and that's when he really starts his budget process. And so we've updated our financial projections, incorporating those concepts and ideals that were in the governor's January budget proposal into now the second interim report for the year. And then after this, we'll await the governor's May revise. At that point, we'll have that information incorporated into the adopted budget that gets presented in June with the LCAP. And then, of course, once the state budget itself is actually adopted and enacted at the end of June, typically. We'll update over the summer months the budget, and the cycle continues on into the next year. So we're at the point this year where we're updating second interim and getting ready to go into adopted budget. So this is really the last look at the budget for the 24-25 year, and then we'll be shifting ahead into 25-26 budget in earnest. So before we go into the district-specific budget elements, I think it's important to talk about the economic headwinds around us. So first and foremost, there's potential changes at the U.S. Department of Education. We don't know what impact that will have on us as a district at this point, but that's something that's out there. California itself is still grappling with the devastating impacts of the fires we had in LA County. And just to emphasize that point, the tax extensions that were granted to LA County to those affected by those devastating fires, which was a horrible, horrible disaster, but those tax extensions represent 25% of the state's income tax receipts for the entire state of California. So that small little area represents a very large amount of state budget. So as we look into the 25-26 budget and the May revise, the state's going to be flying blind essentially to 25% of their income. And when this happened in prior years, when we had the tax extensions in COVID, we saw really dramatic swings in revenue. So we had the state budget really low one year and the state budget really high one year, and we had to chase those like wobbles, I guess, in state budget and the impacts that they put on school districts. So in the year that the state budgeted really low, we saw a lot of one-time money come to us, and in the year where they budgeted really high, we saw clawbacks of funds. So both are potentials to happen, especially when the state's dealing with a 75% complete budget. We're seeing cost pressures across most major categories. We're buyers of gas and fuel and food, just like everybody else. And of course, our labor costs continue to have demands. State revenues themselves continue to lag projections from the January budget. There are a couple of glimmers of hope in that data, or there were a couple glimmers of hope in that data, I should say, when it came to capital gains taxes in California. But if anyone's been following the stock market the last few days, we've, I think today, officially entered in correction territory with some downward days. And so that will have an impact on the state revenues as well. And so that's something that will affect us as a district, as the state relies heavily on capital gains tax to make up their income tax revenue. And then, of course, the governor's January budget proposal is not built on the presumption of recession. I think that risk always exists, and that's something you can hear economists say many times. If you say a recession's right around the corner, eventually you're right. But of course, the governor's January budget is not built on any presumption of any type of recession. It's assuming that we'll have positive economic factors going forward. So that risk exists when it comes to the impact that has on us. So with second interim, and actually before it's so late, I apologize. I didn't even acknowledge the process we go through for second interim. It's a compilation of all the district's financial data. We have our Director of Fiscal Services, Samantha Tumayan, who prepares a report for us, and it's a very heavy lift getting that across the district. And if you ever are wondering about the precision of our fiscal office, I want to point out that Samantha has decided to grow her family, which we're all very excited for that. But she timed it so that she would get second interim done, and we'll be back before the next school year starts. So I just want to acknowledge that window that she made it happen, and we appreciate Elizabeth for being on time and not deciding to come early. So there's a good precision in the team that works on this. So I just want to acknowledge that. So with that, we have updated financial projections from first interim. We have actual expenditures and revenues through January 31st that we incorporate into our projections. We have our CalPADS enrollment and duplicated pupil percentage that gets updated as more time has passed. And then, of course, the incorporation of the governor's January budget proposal. So running through the general fund, first we'll go through the unrestricted general fund, and then we'll go through the restricted side of the general fund. This is the main bucket of funding the district gets. On the unrestricted side, that's money that comes to us with not no restrictions, but much less restrictions. And so on the restricted side of the budget, as Dr. Andrews alluded to in some of his comments earlier tonight, there are buckets of money where we get specific restrictions on how we can spend the funds, and that's all captured on the restricted side of the general fund. So starting with the unrestricted side of the budget. We have some major changes between first interim and second interim. So our second interim budget numbers are presented there in that teal blue color, light blue color. We have a couple increases in revenue. The biggest one is an increase in our interest revenue projections. And so we've increased our revenue projections for the current year by 1.9 million. The county's process for posting revenue is typically a tailing, like almost a full quarter behind before they post actual interest revenues. And so we're always adjusting that revenue amount because the data that comes to us is fairly delayed from the county treasury. We've increased our insurance reimbursement revenue estimates for the year, facility use, and a couple other miscellaneous revenues to make up that other about $600,000 of revenue increase that we're showing between first interim and second interim. On the expenditure side of the unrestricted general fund, we have a couple of savings. So we shifted a couple $1 million in salaries, 1.2 million, to the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. We have some flexibility to move some salaries where places where we're overstaffed above our ratios, we can shift those dollars over. And that creates, we're spending down restricted dollars that we have, that we've already received, and freeing up some unrestricted dollars on the other side of the budget where we have more flexibility. We've also incorporated vacancy savings that we've realized to date, another 1.2 million in vacancy savings. And then on the increase side, we have increased utilities costs, primarily electricity. We've seen a big spike in our electricity costs. And then some of that's offset by reductions in other sites and departments. We've also seen a reduction in our special ed contribution, which I'll talk about a little bit more as we talk about the restricted side of the budget. So overall, we have our decrease in ending fund balance shrinking a little bit going into our ending balance for 24-25. And we're projecting at this point to end the year with an unrestricted ending fund balance of just over $70 million. On the restricted side of the budget, we have a couple revenue changes. We have an increase in revenue for some Medi-Cal revenues. We get about $600,000, and then a CYBH grant that we received that's about $700,000. You'll see an increase in salaries that's offset by some other reductions, and so kind of blended in there. So we increased salaries for the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant on the side of the budget, but then there's a decrease because we had some savings on that. That's a second chair tonight, Nick, and we didn't account for that.
We'll have to put that in the budget.
It's not on there. So you'll see there's increases and decreases offsetting in that amount, but there's some big shifts that are happening. The shift of salaries into Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, and then a reduction of special education costs related to staffing. And then we have a couple of increased costs related to SPED settlements and some temporary staffing to cover leave of absence, about $500,000 this year. We have a lot of employees on temporary leaves. Which brings our restricted ending balance. We're projecting a restricted ending fund balance of just over $40 million to end the current year. And of course, these numbers will materialize in different ways over the next few months as we approach the end of the year. So we still have 3.5 months left of the fiscal year. And so the only thing I can guarantee about these numbers is that they will be wrong and they will be updated. So this is our projection for now, though. So overall, when we look at the 24-25 second term combined general fund balance, we are projecting deficit spending, most of it living on or actually about half of it living on the unrestricted side of the budget, another half of it living on the restricted side of the budget where we're spending down money we've already received. But we're projecting that we'll have an ending fund balance of just over $111 million in the general fund when we approach June 30th this year. That's only part of the story, though. So when we do our budget, we're always projecting the current year and the 2 out years. And so we have some factors that affect us in those out years. And so we take trends, trajectories on enrollment, on spending, on all these different data points to project out the next 2 years. And so some of the larger factors that affect the multi-year projections are enrollment changes. So we have our TK expansion. We'll go to the full range of 4-year-olds will be eligible for TK next year. And so we're anxiously waiting to see what enrollment materializes in come August. With that, the state has indicated that they will go to 20-to-1 or 10-to-1 adult to student ratio for TK with a 20-to-1 portion of it, which is down from the 12-to-1 we currently have. So there's increased staffing requirements that come with that. Our current year ADA, what it ends up materializing at, our P2 cutoff is in this month. And so we'll see what our true attendance is for this year. And then any future attendance programs that may affect us. There's some flexibility the state's giving us with our Extended Learning Opportunities Program dollars to do some attendance recovery. So students that are attending some after-school programs of an instructional nature in future years, we may be eligible to capture some of that attendance to recoup days they've missed during the school year. It's a positive thing. State budget, of course, and future funding levels. Maintenance of level of services with a smaller student population. So how do you right size as we adjust our level of student population, as our student population adjusts, how do you right size our level of services? Of course, we have inflationary pressures, labor, goods, services. I already talked a bit about that. And then potential UPP changes. In the last year, we are projecting our UPP level this year, or unduplicated pupil percentage, will be just under 55%, 54.7%. And when you exceed that 55% threshold, additional funding becomes available to you through the LCFF model through extra concentration dollars. And so they come with some strings, but it would allow us to do some additional things if we were able to sustain that level of UPP over time.
I have a quick question about lottery funds. Are you allowed to use them for salaries?
We get two different buckets of lottery. So there's an unrestricted portion of lottery and a restricted portion of lottery. The restricted portion can be spent only on textbooks and instructional materials, and the unrestricted side, we could spend it on.
Okay, I didn't realize there were two buckets.
Yeah,
It
we
just
get two
surprised
different-
me when I saw that in there.
Yeah, we get two different per student amounts that they come, then they're tracked separately.
Okay.
And the whole bit. It's surprisingly not as much money as you would think. The California Lottery does a really good job of advertising how much money they give to schools on the global level, but when you translate it down to the district level, we are very appreciative to have it at all, but it's not nearly the headline number that it's presented to be. So in terms of our multi-year projection, we have 24-25, 25-26, and 26-27 projected here. This chart is broken out with the unrestricted portion up top, the restricted section in the middle, and then a combined consolidated statement at the bottom there. These numbers are in millions. Like I said, the restricted budget is money we've received typically in a prior year, and that we're spending down over time. We do get some ongoing restricted dollars though. And so when we see deficit spending on the restricted side, so any of those red numbers, which they're all red on those blue lines, that is more strategic spending. That's money we've spent knowing that we got one-time money and we have to spend it over time. So we recognize the revenue all in a previous year, and now we're spending it down. The number that is, I think, should cause the greatest amount of concern for us as a district is their increase or decrease in ending fund balance on the unrestricted side of the budget, where we do have flexibility to make adjustments. And so you can see our deficit is increasing. It's primarily caused by a stagnation in revenues because of our enrollment projections. And so should those projections materialize differently, that'll affect revenues, of course. But then it's a matter of adjusting our expenditures as well. So our expenditure projections assume that the things we're doing today we will continue to do, and there will be cost increases and all the things that go with that. And so that is the work we're doing as a district to right size really that unrestricted deficit spending and get that back in line so that we can sustain over a long period of time. And the reason for that is because when you look at, and I'm going to jump ahead a slide and go backwards, when you look at our ending fund balance for 26-27, we've broken it out into different components. So we have our required reserve. The state requires us to maintain a 3% reserve. We have a restricted side of the budget, and then we have dollars that are assigned for specific purposes. Most of that's textbook money that we have assigned. And then we have our unassigned and committed money that we have available to us. So you can see in 26-27, even if you assume all that assigned money becomes available for general fund purposes, it's just under $18 million. The level of deficit spending going back to 26-27 is over 23 million. And so if we go 1 year out, we will face some really tough decisions. So that's why it's important to be proactive now and start making adjustments so we can right size the district to match our revenues with the expenses that we're incorporating.
We do have like those 8,000 houses and apartments that will be built or are being built. So that will alter this as well.
Of course, yeah. Our projections have assumed a small amount of TK growth, but relatively everywhere else we're assuming our matriculation will be pretty flat through the grade, like our cohort survival. So a second grader becomes a third grader and not much growth beyond that. Some little pockets we will see. Our early information on generation rates out of the apartments is that they're a bit lower than the projections we had from our demographers that went into this. They're still early though, so it'll be important to see what happens over the coming months. in our conversations with developers and especially as apartment unit developers, winter is not really a time for folks to move into those. They really have a swell in the summer and into the fall. And so we'll see if that actually materializes or not. Of course.
So the demographers did the projection, but what's that gap between what they projected and where we're at right now?
So on early data, I don't have the specifics. The demographers take all of our existing apartment units, multifamily units, and single family units, and come up with a number of kids that are being generated per unit that exist.
So it wasn't based on when you called the apartments and said, what's your current occupancy?
No. And then we look at students that have enrolled in the district now in the current year at those addresses. We can see the generation rates based on the number of units in those apartment complexes is lower than that. Again, most of them have a lot of occupancy, so those numbers could creep up.
Thank you.
When we talk about right sizing for sustainability, this is just a visualization of the information we've talked about already. It shows how we fund all of our programs. So the biggest chunk of that, those blue bars in each year, are LCFF revenues. It's the biggest chunk of funds. We get a small amount of federal funding, that orange bar. We have some other state revenue and some other local revenues that are the gray and green bars respectively. And then in 24, 25, 25, 26, and 26, 27, we're then dipping into our reserves to fund the rest of our program expenses. And so those red shaded lines represent that amount that we're drawing into the reserves. The lines at the bottom, the red dash line, is our minimum required reserve. That's the number we really can't go below. The state requires us to maintain that 3% reserve, otherwise they won't approve our budget, and the county office requires that as well. The green line is our remaining unrestricted fund balance. You can see we're spending that down, and that the trajectory is in 27, 28 will be below that red line at the current pace based on these projections. So future considerations and next steps, we'll wait for the governor's May revision that comes out in mid-May. And then in the meantime, we'll begin working on the estimated actuals and development of the 25-26 budget in conjunction with the development of the 25-26 LCAP, which outlines a good chunk of our expenditures. So this evening, we're presenting this as a positive certification. Just to briefly cover the different certifications we're allowed to put forward as a district. There's a positive certification, which states that we will meet our financial obligations in the current and both subsequent fiscal years. There's a qualified certification, which states that we may not meet our financial obligations in one of the 2 out years. And then there's a negative certification, which indicates that we believe we won't meet our current or next year obligations. And so we're presenting, even though we have significant structural deficit spending, we are projecting at this time that we will be able to meet our financial obligations for the current year and the 2 successive fiscal years. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
I have a comment. I have been to a couple board meetings and I am so happy that we have you. You do a great job. I've seen some of the other work and it's very meh, and it's right on and you're very straight shooter. So I appreciate all the work you and your staff do. And thank you for the great timing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha.
All right. We've got to vote on that, don't we?
Yes.
So we need at the end of the presentation, call for a motion. I call for a motion to approve the 2025 second interim financial report and filing a positive certification.
So moved.
And for a vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Item G13, approval to award a contract to Western State Builders, Inc. in the amount of $525,894 for the Early Learning Enrichment Center Playground Replacement Project. This calls for a motion.
So moved.
Quick discussion, maybe a question.
Sure.
That's a lot for a playground.
Yeah.
Is it a big space? Is that just the cost of labor?
It's labor and equipment, I believe.
Yeah.
So part of the difference is what we discovered is that, again, our level of requirement may be different than a church. And so if you recall through the walkthroughs, the base is not consistent everywhere. There's concrete that runs through here and there. All of that has to be addressed. And this is brand new equipment. that will meet our standard, that not just like a local Murrieta Valley standard, but for what we're trying to certify and license, it has to be to a different level of expectation. And we actually combined a little bit of funds, both the funds that were part of the loan that we did, and Kathleen Israelson, because of the quality of her program, she gets money back like as an award almost. And so she applied some of her resources as well for this project.
Okay, could I chime in?
Yes,
so in the design of that, so it's essentially 4 playgrounds.
Yeah.
So, you know, because we're starting at 18 months and going up to 4 years old. And so in the original design, you know, we're age appropriate all the way around. So it's not, you know, it's not a duplication of efforts throughout the building. Yes, higher than we had budgeted for. The grants that we're utilizing have been approved by the state. And so if you look on the board, on the document, my computer died, so I apologize for not to be able to follow along with you. But the grants that are there, as Dr. Andrews said, there is some award money that we're throwing into this, because when we went to bid on this thing, it was a lot higher. We came back and we actually went back out to bid the second time. We took out some of the turf coatings, so the artificial turf portions of it, we took out of that, and we call it an alt ad. So we're asking the companies to bid on the project without a component of it, so with that component being the turf. And so when we went out to bid, it did come back in cheaper, so we did save a little bit of money because it was a lot higher than we thought it was going to be. Then we utilized that award money to purchase the grass above and beyond the grants that we received from the state for that. So it's not out of the general fund, essentially.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, is there some kind of like, you know, you look at a house, square footage, the cost per square foot, is there some comparable thing to look at for playground cost? I know it sounds ridiculous.
Jose,
It's
could
just
you
bizarre.
answer that? I'm not the playground guru, but this guy is.
I know it's late, but it matters because we start throwing, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
Like they said, it's actually 4 playgrounds. It's a brand new swing area, and there's a lot of square feet. It's not a typical elementary playground. It's a ton of square feet. So it's about $17 to $20 a square foot when you add just the turf itself.
So typically, if you think about like our kindergarten or TK playgrounds, it's like one little set, right? And it's just one little structure right there that we've done. This is 4. And so that's why it's so much more. Because we've gone in, like Monte Vista has a new playground. A couple of our schools, Antelope Hills has got a newer playground. This is all 4 at once that we've got to take care of.
And so the price is comparable, is what you're
Yes.
saying?
Yes.
It's not out of.
Like the first time we first went out to bid in February, the prices were super high. We looked at it, changed some things around, and bids came in. We actually saved about $100,000.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the issue is that there's components of the existing playground that aren't up to par.
Yeah, none of it is.
All of it. Yeah.
All of it.
All of it's trash.
It's all that's
All
got to
of
go.
Yeah.
And that was something going into the purchase of that property, we knew right away this would all have to be addressed. So when the prior board looked at and we had presented the costs of what we were estimating these costs to be, we knew going in that we would need to, that's why the loan amount was $15 million to purchase and renovate the spaces. We knew that that would have to be addressed all the way down to the substrate and pull out all that equipment. And so that was something we anticipated. It was still a little more than we wanted, but that's why we worked to bring it down, and we gathered a little more resources to cover expense. And that's how we got to where we are today.
And so the playgrounds that are in there right now, they've been neglected for a lot of years. So there's a lot of holes and gaps in it. In fact, as a triage, they actually threw wood chips over top of one whole playground just to try to make it safe. Can't imagine how that is safe, but out of that whole building, there's a number of things that we've had to replace, and this is the one we knew coming in that we had to go after, just because we could never have children on the services they have now.
Yeah, and it was really obvious because several of us were there recently.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Thank you for that.
yeah, it definitely needs work.
Yeah.
Is this dollar amount included in the deficit spending projections that were just presented?
No, it's a completely separate budget.
Separate dollars.
Completely separate?
Yeah.
The activity from the COP is accounted for in a separate fund. So outside of the general fund, we have other funds where we manage different buckets of money, and this one is in one of those other funds.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, well, that calls for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Item G14, review of Associated Student Body financial reports for the quarter ending December 31st, 2024. The board received this report for review. Item G15, review of investment report for the quarter ending December 31st, 2024. The board received this report for review. Move on to item J, adjournment. I call for a motion to adjourn the Board of Education meeting at 10:04 p.m. Holy cow.
Second.
Did we get a motion in a second?
Is there a
All in
mo-
favor?
Aye.
Aye, I moved.